The European Economic Area, the EEA, brings together the European Union and Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway in the internal market. The EEA
Le slide.
La première, les deux premières, c'est... Oh, ok. Tu prends le truc.
Oui, je vais te le rendre. Juste comment ça marche. C'est tout ça, hein?
February. Ouais.
Voilà, je pense, hein. Ouais. Donc, la page de la chaîne, il y a le live qui a commencé.
Et le lien, c'est quoi?
Le lien, c'est celui de la chaîne YouTube de...
Oui, after the deal.
Ouais,
Que ça.
Ouais, que ça. Tiens. How are you doing? Working with customers, right? No, sorry.
So, welcome everybody. My name is Dr. Romerson. I'm head of communications here at the EFTA Secretariat. I'm the one who has been in contact with you for the last weeks or even months, some of you. So, welcome to our EEA seminar. We do this twice a year and then we do some extraordinary stuff in the meantime. So, it's always in February and September if you want to relay that to your colleagues. I'll go a little better into the program in a minute, but first, just to let you know that we are being filmed, you could say. Well, maybe not you, but we on the stage at least. So there will be a live stream from here. You can pick it up on YouTube afterwards as well. And there will be some pictures taken, so if you don't want to appear on our social media channels, just let us know. But otherwise, I don't think there's any harm. You have to pick the best pictures. You are free to tweet from here, of course. Just use the hashtag EEA or EEA seminar, both. And before we go into the main program, here's our Secretary General, Mr. Introductory.
Thank you, Dr. Noor, and good morning to you all. Welcome to this annual seminar. We're very happy to see you so numerous, and thankful for your interest. Today you'll get the opportunity to get an introduction into this remarkable agreement, the EEA, from some of our most knowledgeable colleagues from the EFTA Secretariat in this house, but also from our sister organizations, to know more about them, the EFTA Service Authority and the EFTA Court. But before we go into the EEA, let me tell you some words about EFTA, our home, so to say, as EFTA countries. This year, we celebrate 60 years of EFTA. The objective of the 7 founding members of the European Free Trade Association was to contribute to a broader economic development and integration in Europe. It's interesting to note that, in that sense, the basic objective of the EFTA Convention at the time was the same as the Treaty of Rome, to create a market free of unnecessary barriers to trade in Europe. However, it was based on the traditional principles of intergovernmental cooperation, therefore different from the Treaty of Rome based on the separate national cooperation. Throughout these 60 years, EFTA has gone through several changes, not least a change in memberships, but above all a shift as an actor of the European construction. Today, EFTA is the common platform of the 4 EFTA countries for some 30 free trade agreements covering 40 countries outside Europe, including more recently the Mercosur states. And EFTA is one of the 2 pillars that make up the EEA, the subject of the day. This is where we come from, this is a history, so to say. Looking ahead, the challenges remain. European integration has overcome considerable crisis over the last decade and remains fragile. The new Commission has, however, put forward powerful priorities, which I believe may provide the sense of common perspective Europe needs at the present juncture. As we speak, the global trade environment is drifting into protectionism and trade wars. The world trading system is under strain, and the worldwide growth is suffering the consequence of these policies. In this kind of environment, EFTA membership is probably more important than ever for our member states. Hence, EFTA missions is the promotion of economic integration and free trade between its members in Europe and globally. Accordingly, that's how we organize our activities. First, the organization of relations among its members through the EFTA Convention. Secondly, the development and management of EFTA's worldwide network of free trade agreements, one of the largest worldwide. And thirdly, the management and development of the EEA agreement. With the latter, the EEA agreement, our countries have managed to secure a fantastic device to ensure a stable and favorable contribution to European integration for the benefit both of our people, our companies, and for our EU partners. The EFTA countries' commitment to European integration and to European values is strong and consistent since more than 25 years. We share these values with the member states of the European Union, which makes our cooperation through the EEA much more than just a trade agreement. It's a deep and lasting partnership. Last year, during an extraordinary session of the European Council for the celebration of 25 years of the EEA, Donald Tusk stated on behalf of the EU, I quote, "Over these years, together with Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein, we have worked as a family, building a better Europe for all our citizens, and we can be proud of this achievement." The EEA agreement is not a short-term transaction, but a long-term partnership where everyone contributes and everyone benefits. In a world of resurgent nationalism and authoritarianism, I'm working this word, in which geopolitical tensions create real threats to our citizens, you have stood firmly, addressing us, you have stood sternly on the side of wisdom, the rule of law, cooperation, and deeper integration among our nations. End of. So during this quarter century, the EEA has emerged as a unique device on the European landscape. In a world of change, of constant change, the European world, in particular the positive spirit of cooperation in the EEA has allowed for adaptations and a pragmatic solutions to be found. As the EU went through profound changes over these years, 4 revisions of EU treaties, 4 rounds of EU enlargement, the EEA agreement has been remarkably robust and capable of adapting to new realities. With a perspective now of numerous close European neighbors emerging around the EU, the EEA proves to be, as of today, the only existing system that works to the satisfaction of both sides. In 5 to 10 years from now, we will be faced with a number of parallel models of close relationships with the EU. For the EEA states, it's of great importance that the EEA remains the gold standard for these relations. This is why the management of this agreement is so important for this office. Today, you will learn how this is being fostered at different levels and by various institutions. The well-functioning of our common internal markets demands continuous efforts from all parties to the EEA agreement. The 3 EEA EFTA states, the EFTA Secretariat, sister organizations, and from the EU institutions. And we are therefore thankful for your interest in the EEA today, the basis for its continued well-functioning. With this, I wish you a great seminar. I encourage you to take part actively to the discussion and enjoy.
Thank you. Just to give you a very quick overview of the program, we have put together a comprehensive program. We always have basics, but then we add on with different material. So we will introduce it to the EEA agreement and go through the functioning of it. And then we would encourage you already after the first 2 presentations to be ready for questions, because our Secretary General and Deputy Secretary General will maybe not be able to stay with us the whole day. So we might have already questions to the highest level of the organization that we could already ask before we had a coffee break. And then after that, we have the Norwegian ambassador, who is chairing the standing committee. We'll learn about the standing committee in a minute. So he will go through the priorities and how they operate in Brussels on the European level. And then before lunch, we take a look at how EU law becomes EEA law, which is quite an interesting process, and also a quick overview of our EEA applications. After lunch, we have our sister organizations, the EFTA Surveillance Authority and the EFTA Court, and as well as the EEA law grants. And then we conclude with a very interesting session on EU programs and participation of our EEA member states, EEA EFTA states, and also an overview of EU agencies, which is one of the challenges that we have dealing with. But for now, I put the floor to our Deputy Secretary General, Ms. Heike Marie.
So, good morning all, and a very warm welcome to the EFTA Secretariat from me as well. My name is Hege Hoff. My role and responsibility is to oversee the work of the EFTA Secretariat related to the EEA agreement here in Brussels. Before I came here, I was head of EEA and trade law in the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I will give you a very general introduction into the EEA agreement, its objectives, scope, and institutional setup. And for some of you, this might be a little bit basic, but then please just look at it as something that will tune you in to what is coming later on today. But since we are in the premises of the EFTA Secretariat, just let me briefly introduce ourselves. We are some 65 staff members working here, and our main mission and responsibility is to serve the EEA EFTA states in all aspects related to incorporation of new legal acts into the EEA agreement, which is quite a machinery, you will realize. Vic will talk more about this later on. It's what we call the EEA process. And then we have an important role in coordinating the work between the EEA and EFTA states related to the agreement, and also coordinating between the EFTA side and the EU side with our main interlocutor on the EU side, the EU's External Action Service. And finally, we are secretariat to the advisory bodies that have been set up under the EEA agreement, where we have the social partners and the parliamentarians represented. And finally, here I have put up an image of our new building, which is being constructed next door, where we will move in October this year together with our sister organizations, the EFTA Surveillance Authority, ESA, and the Financial Mechanism Office. So, to the EEA agreement. And I think we should start off by looking a little bit back to the 80s and the birth of the EEA agreement. Because in the 80s, Europe was facing quite a lot of economical challenges. We had seen a decline in economic growth throughout the 70s. Japan and the US were dominating global trade, and there were quite many barriers to free movement in the internal market, fiscal barrier, physical and technical barriers. So the EC wanted to do something about this and set up an action plan to improve the internal market or to finalize the internal market. And in that respect, they also wanted a closer relationship, a lot closer relationship with the EFTA states. No. I'll go quickly through this. So in 1980, the Commission President at that time offered the EFTA countries a new and more constructive partnership, also with common decision-making bodies. And that was, in fact, quite an innovative step, and also quite bold, in fact. Negotiations started in 1992, and the entry into force of the agreement was in 1994. And before that, Switzerland turned down the EEA membership. And by 1995, there were Austria, Finland, and Sweden. They joined the EU. So now it is the four of us, as you will know, on the EFTA side. So with that as a background, it's now time to look at the objective of the EEA agreement. And that is, you can find this this is laid down in the EEA agreement itself. It is to establish a dynamic and homogeneous European economic area based on common rules and equal conditions of competition, which means extending the internal market to the participating EEA EFTA states. And in order for this internal market to function according to its objectives, We need to have a system for continuous incorporation of all EEA relevant legislation. That is why the EEA agreement is, we call it a dynamic agreement. And of course, we cannot only live with having the same rules on paper, we also need to apply the rules in the same way throughout the whole EEA. And that is why also we have an institutional setup for surveillance and judicial litigation. That is why we call the agreement homogeneous. So these are the principles. Now, what is behind this principle? What is the material content of the EEA? Here it is, very briefly listed. Of course, the core of the EEA is a full and non-restricted participation in all four freedoms. And these rules are supported by common rules on state aid, competition, and public procurement. We have completely the same system as the EU member states. We also take part in what you see horizontal policies. Some we cooperate in some areas that listed here, for instance, social policy and statistics, which would relate to many of the four freedoms. Then, as you will learn more about later on today, we do have extensive participation in EU programs such as Horizon Europe and Erasmus+, which I'm sure many of you know. Egil will let you know all about this later on. And also we do participate in many of the EU agencies. In fact, I think it's 26 in all covered by the EEA agreement. And this also you will learn about later on. And then we contribute quite significantly to reducing economic and social disparities within Europe. And the FMO will come and tell you about that later on. So this is the substantive scope of the EEA agreements. Now I will say a few words about the institutional setup and the decision-making process. No, I will not. Before I will say, yeah, I forgot this. Sorry, but you know, to put it in perspective, it's. I should also mention that there are quite a few important policy areas that the EEA agreement then will not cover, such as economic and monetary union and common trade policy and agriculture and fisheries policy. Even though we do not take part in the common agriculture policy, you will know that we have taken over all food safety and veterinary legislation from the EU, and there is and we have the same rules for imports from third countries, and there is no border control, veterinary border control between our countries. And in particular, that is of course a very good thing for the fisheries export. And the members of the states have bilateral agreements, for instance, on Schengen and the Dublin cooperation. This leads me to the institutional setup of the agreement. But before that, and in order to understand why we have come up with this institutional setup, and also maybe have a little bit of better understanding on the challenges that we sometimes face in our cooperation, I think we should look at the two different models of cooperation that in fact EU cooperation and EFTA cooperation is. The EU model is, of course, a model of supranationality, where there is a transfer of competence and sovereignty, whereas the EFTA model is a traditional intergovernmental cooperation, and where there has been traditionally no transfer of competence and no common policies within EFTA. And EU institution, we have the EU institutions, which of course have defined roles in decision-making process, whereas on the EFTA side, decisions are taken by consensus between the governments. And finally, an important concern on the EU side is to preserve the decision-making autonomy of the EU, whereas on the EFTA side, it has been important to preserve sovereignty. So, in order to reconcile these two different models of cooperation and also to fulfill all the objects of the EEA agreement, we ended up with this institutional structure. It might look a little bit overwhelming, but and I will not go into detail, but this reflects the fact that EEA cooperation takes place in two different pillars, each pillar with its own institutions. We have the EFTA pillar on the one side, and then the EU pillar on the other side with its institutions, and some common bodies that you will see in the middle there. And the highest governing common body is the EEA Council, where the parties meet twice a year on political level. On the EFTA side, it will be the foreign ministers, and on the EU side, it will be chaired by the presiding presidency. And this year, it is Croatia that we will meet in the council. And the role is to oversee the political development of the EEA agreement and also to discuss political issues of common interest. The most important decision-making body, common body, is the EEA Joint Committee. That is where we meet to make decision on incorporating the new legislation into the EEA agreement. And this year has in fact been, or last year was quite a record year in that respect. I think we incorporated some 708 acts into the EEA agreement. And here the EU and EFTA side meet and they take decisions with consensus. And the EU side is represented by the EU External Action Service, whereas we meet with our ambassadors. And now I'm going over to the EFTA pillar here, the Standing Committee. That is the highest governing body on the EFTA side. And since the EFTA states need to agree before they take any decision in the Joint Committee, we speak with one voice there. They need to come together to have a common position. And that is what they do in the Standing Committee. Meeting before the Joint Committee. And the Joint Committee and the Standing Committee, they will meet some 6 to 8 times a year. And of course, as you know already, Rolf Einar Fife, the Norwegian ambassador, he will come and explain to you the work of the Standing Committee and the Norwegian priorities for this semester, since they have the chair. But of course, as you know, there is always a lot of work before a final decision can be taken, and we cannot see it from this overview here. But before matters come to the Standing Committee for a decision, then we have the whole EEA process, and Britt will tell you about that later on. And then, in order to have this, so this caters for what you can say the dynamic aspect of the EEA agreement. And then, as I said, we also need to make sure that the rules are applied in the same way. And that is why we have our own surveillance authority, ESA, which has the same competence as the Commission to make sure that we apply and enforce the rules as we should do. And also we have the EFTA court, where ESA can bring matters to the EFTA court, and also the national courts of the member states can ask for for a preliminary ruling from the EFTA court. We will have colleagues later on to explain all about that later on. And we have the advisory bodies there, which I also mentioned earlier on. Yes, finally, just to add after this maybe a little bit daunting overview of the institutional setup, I thought I should add some human faces to this by showing you this picture, but maybe I should call it superhuman, since it's a picture of all the EU heads of state meeting our 3 EFTA Prime Ministers last year to mark the 25 years anniversary of the EEA agreement. And looking back on these 25 years, or 26 now, what I explained to you, the main part of the EEA agreement and the institutional setup has remained exactly the same. Whereas, you know, the EU has changed significantly with the change of EU treaties, new policies, new ways of cooperation, new competences. But nevertheless, we have always managed to find solutions with this setup that we have in our EEA agreement. And that is why we say, like you heard in the introduction today, that the EEA agreement has proven to be both robust and flexible. So, with these words, I thank you for your attention, and I wish you a fruitful seminar, and I give the floor to Britt.
Okay, my turn. This feels like a relay stick in the sort of information that we would like to share with you on the agreement. Welcome to all from me as well. It's quite overwhelming to see such a competent crowd who would like to learn more about this agreement, which we are extremely enthusiastic about, and this interest for it is, of course, very, I would say, makes it even more interesting maybe to work with it. So my role here is that I am one of the division directors. My division deals with the internal market, which is of course a very broad scope. In my division we have 22 people, and 13 of these are sectoral officers dealing with the whole scope of the agreement. So by trying to lead this work, and I know quite a bit about quite a lot, but I'm not a specialist in the different sectors. But the process is something I know. So that's why I would like to tell you more about. You already have a teaser in the first two presentations, and I will continue to introduce this, and it will be more and more sort of specialized as we go along the program, as Dr. has explained. The EEA process. This is part of the two-pillar structure that maybe just showed to you, but it's only the part which happens maybe then under the standing committee. This process leads to decisions taken by the standing committee. And in a way, this is also a reflection of the two pillars. You have the EEA-EFTA side on the left-hand side for you, and the EU's decision-making process on the other. And the independence of the two pillars are quite clearly reflected here. But there's a process on the EU side, and then we give a little bit of input into it, but then we receive the adopted legislation from the EU side, and then our process starts. This is a very brief explanation of it, but it will allow me to tell you more about actually what we do in the Secretariat. Now we are in the lucky situation that we have a little video that we produced now a year or 1.5 years ago, which is a sort of easy way of understanding this. So I think instead of explaining this, we will show you the video.
The European Economic Area, the EEA, brings together the European Union and Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway in the internal market. The EEA agreement is dynamic and continuously updated to ensure common rules for the free movement of goods, capital, services and people across the EEA. How does EU law take effect in the three EFTA states, Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway? Experts from the three EFTA states contribute to shaping EU legislation before it is adopted by the EU. For instance, they participate in meetings of EU expert groups and committees. They also submit common positions to the EU institutions. When the EU adopts an act, the three EFTA states assess its relevance for the EEA, and then request the EFTA Secretariat to draft a decision to incorporate it into the agreement. In this decision, the EU Act may need to be adjusted to fit the EEA agreement, for example, to ensure EFTA participation in an EU agency. Other adjustments reflect specific situations of the three EFTA states, such as geography or infrastructure. Each of the three EFTA states has its own national procedure to prepare for incorporation and implementation of an EU Act. When the three EFTA states have agreed on the content of the decision, it is sent to the EU External Action Service, the EEAS. The EEAS and EFTA Secretariat coordinate the discussions between the EU and the three EFTA states on the final text of the decision. Once the draft decision is ready, it is sent to the EEA Joint Committee for adoption. This committee meets around 8 times per year and is composed of the ambassadors of the three EFTA states and officials from the EEAS. It takes the formal decision to incorporate the EU Act into the agreement. Joint committee decisions normally enter into force 1 day after adoption. If a decision requires amendments to national law, the parliaments of the three EFTA states must approve it before it can enter into force. EU law that has become EEA law must be made part of the national law of Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway. The EEA, extending the EU internal market to Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway. If you want to know more about how EU law becomes EEA law, please visit our website.
Okay, I hope you're enlightened. I think this video was a result of us trying to explain this for a long time. So we hope that this actually added to the, I would say, access of it. So what the Secretariat do is to facilitate this process, which was described by the video. And there are many levels to this. I mentioned what happens in the market division. We also have a coordination division, which takes care of all the political parts of the decisions. And also there's a whole batch of work regarding publication and translation, which there's also a bit on today in the program, which we sometimes tend to forget, but it's extremely important to get this all into our, the national legislation that is available to those concerned. Subject. Yeah. This leads to me. Yes. This is the structure under the Standing Committee. So that was one of the boxes in the two-pillar slide. And this describes how we actually deal with the legislation, which is then considered EEA relevant, and that will eventually come into the agreement by decision by the Standing Committee, then the EU side and the Joint Committee. So I'm sorry, this slide is the writing here is very small, but I'll tell you what's on it so you can see it. So here, these are lists of working groups, sectoral working groups that are sorted under each subcommittee. And there's one subcommittee for each of the 4 freedoms, or actually, there's one for goods, there's one for services and capital, there's one for persons, and there's one for the horizontal and flanking policies. And then there's a 5th one for legal horizontal affairs. So these working groups, they consist of experts from our member states, from the national administrations, and they are facilitated or they are served by officers here in the Secretariat that will then assist the working groups in their work. This is important, that the decisions taken all the way is actually done by the member states' governmental structure. So for example, here in the goods area, there are working groups on energy, on the food sector, intellectual property, technical barriers to trade, with a variety and a sort of long list of expert groups within the technical sectors of goods legislation. In the free movement of services and capital, you will find transport and also financial services, which are big volumes of legislation. Free movement of persons is a very important sector, maybe with fewer legal acts, but those that are there are complex. And then we have a whole series of working groups under the what we call the horizontal and flanking policies, and among them is the one on budgetary matters, which are dealing with our program participation. Then you have other groups dealing with the substance of the programs. For example, it's mentioned Horizon, the research and innovation program of the EU that changes a bit name as now and in the future. Education, and lots of others. Jege mentioned that one of the complexities of our work is the fact that we are, of course, following what's happening on the EU side. Structures change, and the way that these working groups are organized are a reflection of how our ministries are organized in the capitals, because they sort of fit with ministerial structure. They should also fit with actually what comes out as legislation from the EU side. And as you know now, for example, there's one group dealing with electronic communication, audiovisual services, and information society. This is already a very wide scope. And now with the new digital agenda that will soon be published on the EU side, this is actually spreading across all these groups. So then how do we deal with it? Well, that is a constant challenge. So we need to be fit for purpose. So part of our job is actually to align what we do here so that we can actually deal with what's coming from the EU side. We're very much on the receiving end, so I would say that the Secretariat's challenge at all times is actually to try to fit our system to what is coming and allow our member states to deal with these issues in the best possible way so that we take care of the democratic aspect of the agreement, that we are well aware of what's coming and the decision to incorporate are taken on the good grounds. So when the working groups have sort of finished assessing and dealing with the legislative acts, then it comes up to our subcommittee level, which is this one. And there's one subcommittee for each of the four freedoms, as I mentioned. The four first ones, they meet all together in one meeting. It's from 6 to 8 times a year, very much scheduled on how often the standing committee meets. And these subcommittees consist of representatives from the foreign ministries who have a coordinating role for the EEA agreement in our member states. In Liechtenstein, it's not a foreign ministry as such, it's a different setup, but it's still this coordinating role. And in the subcommittee 5, it's the legal representatives of the foreign ministries that meet, but they meet a bit sort of outside of the normal standing committee sequences. It's more related to specific legal issues. So then when the subcommittees are happy with the draft decisions that should be taken by the standing committee, these acts actually come to the standing committee through a very complex process that will be explained further to you later today. So I would say that what the Secretariat do is to assist and facilitate this structure. What's happening? So, when we talk about our work, we define it as decision shaping and decision making. And decision shaping is actually how we use our possibilities of influencing the EEA relevant EU legislation that we will later on incorporate. The decision making is what happens as of the moment where the EU has adopted an act and we start the work of preparing the decision that should be taken by the standing committee. The decision-making process is also what we say how EU law becomes EEA law, and there's a specific session on it by our head of legal coordination. So I will not go more into that one, but I'll focus a bit more on the decision shaping. Okay, I want it for you. These are the different means of decision shaping we have. And one of the things that's shown by the first slide I showed you with the two arrows is that this decision shaping happens when actually initiatives are tabled by the Commission, and the main scope or sort of the time of when we can actually have an influence, or we hope to be able to have an influence, is actually as long as these legislative initiatives stays within the Commission. So it's very early in the process. And this is where we, through the EU agreement, have a formal possibility of participating in the Commission expert groups and committees. So this is made it it's a very particular part of the EEA agreement. As an outsider of the EU, but still very close, we actually get to come with technical input to the legislation. And this is if some of you travel back and forth from Oslo, the planes are full of experts coming to Brussels participating in these groups. This is a very important part of what we do. Talking about the EFTA working groups that I just explained to you, many of these experts that go to the Commission committees, they also come, they're actually the same ones coming to the EFTA working groups. You can say, what is the difference? Why do you need to come to both? Well, in the Commission expert groups, then each of the EFTA countries actually put forward their input, their bilateral input to the process, while in the EFTA working groups, we work together in order to align our decisions and make sure that actually each EFTA state is on the ball so that we're actually finished with the work to prepare for incorporation more or less at the same time. So in the working groups, then we make assessments of the initiative that comes from the EU side at an early stage. And this is where then actually it's identified where we should possibly actually try to come with a position to the EU side to influence what's happening. And this is something we can do through EFTA comments. So the EFTA comments are really sort of a vehicle of us indicating to the EU side what the EFTA side would like to see. And now, in my next slide, I have some examples of EFTA comments that we have submitted the last year. Another important source of information and also sort of influence are our seconded national experts to the Commission. This is a possibility we have for the ministries in our countries to actually send officials to the Commission services, and that they work there for 2 or 3 or 4 years. Of course, when they work for the Commission, they will work with the Commission, but they come in with important information or knowledge about our states, which they can then share. And when they come back to the ministries, then they have a good network, which can be used further on. And there are around sort of 40 national experts in the Commission at any time, distributed all over the services. And then we shouldn't forget all the informal contact, also with the European Council and Parliament. That's very much taken care of by our embassies or our delegations here in Brussels. The Norwegian ambassador will talk more about this later. And we do also in the Secretariat actually approach both the Council through the presidency, who's presented here today, and the Parliament. What happened to my... I thought I had a slide with the titles of the comments, but that must have been a previous version of my presentation. What I would like to say is that the comments we sent out last year, for example, was a variety of comments. We had one on the internal market in general, because we wanted to participate or flag our interest in the internal market, and we wanted to make this known for the incoming Commission. So that was one example of a very horizontal comment with all the sectors where we were flagging, hey, this is important for us. We're part of the internal market, and we'd also like to have the internal market high on the agenda of the Commission. Whether we succeeded on that one, I'm not sure, but the internal market is important, that's for sure. Maybe it's more a tool than the aim in itself. We also had comments regarding program participation, because what we're working on today is the fact that the new programs are linked to the multi-annual financial framework, which will then be as of 2021. We are eagerly waiting for the final EU budget to see what actually these programs will cost. But what is very important for us, and what has been important, is to make sure that the legislative acts establishing the programs actually allow for our participation. So many comments we have produced in 2019 and also 2018 has been concerned about our participation rights. It's something everyone will come back to. There's also sort of a way of influencing. Sometimes we get the question, but actually sort of the specific legal acts, to what extent do you have a voice? There has been one comment on consumer rights, where actually our countries are very strong, and they have a lot of substantial input to come with. And here, the very sort of typical approach was to say, well, we support what's happening on the EU side, but we would like a minimum harmonization approach, because this is something that should stay within the national means of decision making. We follow what the EU would like to do, but we don't want to have a maximum harmonization approach, which actually prevents us from going further, for example. And that's a pretty typical way for the EFTA side to approach the EU side. And that's the one I can remember for now. This is not about the process in itself of decision making, it's more showing you the volume of acts that we're dealing with. Since the agreement was signed, we have incorporated more than 13,000 legal acts. More or less 6,000 of these are in force today, but it shows that one of the challenges for the Secretariat today is to deal with this volume. And I would say that we have quite a professional handling system, very much integrated with the member states, and we also have an excellent cooperation with the EU side in order to cope with this volume. But I think the volume in itself is a challenge for us and for the EU side. This has been mentioned before. I think there's sort of two buzzwords when I hope that you take with you when you leave today. The fact that the EEA is, well, static is one, but what I wanted you to take along with dynamic and homogeneous. But the static part of it is the fact that it hasn't changed since the signing in 92 and entry into force in 94. And that, of course, is a challenge, as we know that the EU is continuously changing, with new decision-making powers being delegated and new bodies to deal with certain sectors. But this dynamism and the aim for homogeneity, that needs timely incorporation. So we need to be extremely quick in order to incorporate the legislation that's relevant to us, so that the same legislation is actually enforced all over the EEA. And I would say, in terms of my job, it's very much focused on the fact that we try to facilitate so that this process can be as timely as possible. I would say today that it's not technicality which is the problem. It might be volume, because one thing is to incorporate, another thing is to actually make sure that the national legislation is in place. There's a lot of legal work going on in the member states in order to absorb all this EU legislation that sort of comes in. And that's, of course, beyond what we here in the Secretariat can be in charge of. But we try to help out with as much information and reporting, maybe forecasting, early awareness, so that this work can actually happen as well as possible. And then, of course, there are political priorities as well. Okay. This is an example that we're starting to get a bit tired of now, actually, because we've been talking about it for a long time. It's the first big agency challenge that the agreement was subject to, and this was the new European Financial Supervisory Authorities that were adopted on the EU side in 2010 as a response to the financial crisis and all which had been discovered there. When I talk about the timely incorporation, then, well, we didn't incorporate these authorities before in 2016. And this is, of course, far from timely as such, but this was the time it took us in order to construct a solution which actually respected the two-pillar system, so that the decision-making powers of the EEA side stayed in the EEA pillar, but that we also respected the EU structure of financial supervision. This is something which will be further looked into in the agency part of the presentation, but somehow this was, I think it was a step for the EEA agreement. It was seen to be nearly impossible to handle, but actually it has been handled, and now our experience with the setup is positive. So instead of being a threat, I would think this is the new EEA, but also some opportunities. And of course now the whole setup is being reviewed, so we have to deal with a new version of this. So that's how the afterlife is. This is another reflection of our work. We do produce some graphs and columns for the member states to see how they're doing. This is about processing volumes of the agreement. So the columns is about sort of the number of acts that we incorporate during the year. And these sort of the lines that are varying throughout the years is actually the number of outstanding acts. Outstanding, what does that mean? That's jargon. It's actually those acts that have entered into force on the EU side, but which we have not yet incorporated. So this is the illustration of the sort of the lack of homogeneity. As was mentioned, we had a fantastic year last year because we said 708 acts were incorporated. As you see here, the blue columns are actually what we incorporate, and the green ones are the EEA relevant legislation produced by the EU side. So when we manage to have the blue column a bit higher than the green, then we're actually absorbing what we call the backlog. But it isn't fair to say that all these outstanding acts are due to not timely incorporation. There is a normal delay in the agreement. We can never be completely on time. At least when the EU publish an act and it enters into force the next day, we need between 4 and 6 months to incorporate an act in any case. So that's the inherent delay in the agreement. So this is a mix of inherent delay and some other more complicated issues that we're dealing with. That was my part. I end with this picture, which was also the beginning of the video we showed you. This is part of information work we do, and it illustrates also the need to inform about the agreement, both in the EU side and in our sort of national environments, so that the agreement can work at its best. This now you can see where you can find them. Yeah. And maybe how am I doing on time? I'm okay. So this is our website. There is one specific page with all the comments. Actually, they have been gathered since the beginning of the agreement until now, where you can find the titles, and also then clicking on them, you can find the content. And of course, in 2019, there were very few initiatives coming from the Commission because the old Commission were wrapping up their work. Now, with the new Commission coming in, there's loads of new initiatives that are very important for us. So the part of decision shaping in our work actually also fluctuates with what happens on the EU side. So I expect that 2020 will be a year of decision shaping. But we still need to keep up the work of incorporating the acts, so it's going to be challenging and fun. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we are heading for a Q&A session, so please try to think of creative and challenging questions for us. You can come up here, the three of you. It can be anything from the presentations, but also anything about EFTA or the EEA, what you can think about at the moment. There's a microphone over there, so just raise your hand And once you get the microphone, please say your name and where you're from. It's over there. Yeah. First one.
Yes. Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Hedvig Josefsson. I work for Swedish law firm EEA and Introductory. And I just want to clarify, so I imagine due to the intergovernmental cooperation, there's actually no direct effect on EEA law. Is that correct? It's correct.
It needs to be, legislation needs to be incorporated into the EEA agreement and transposed into national legislation of the EEA before we can enforce it.
All right. Paul Thorson.
Yes, good morning. Paul Thorson from Iceland's mission to the EU. I wonder how challenging is it to figure out whether a new act is EEA relevant and how many are there each year that where you are not sure? And if it's, do you err on the side of not adopting them or rather on taking more than perhaps absolutely needed?
Good question. Take it over.
I do not have the numbers in my head now, but I can say that normally it's quite easy to say whether an act is EEA relevant or not, because it's quite obvious that it is an act that falls under the substantive scope of the EEA. But from time to time, we need to make a thorough assessment. Is it something that falls under the scope of the internal market, or is it not? And we can have certain examples. We also have certain examples where we need to study carefully whether it falls under the geographical scope of the EEA agreement. As you know, that is, it applies to the territory of the EFTA states, so that can also be a question. But normally we would agree on what falls outside and inside the scope of the EEA agreement. And we try to also to give it to a legal assessment, and not a political one as to what you like, a legal approach. And sometimes, even though we come to the conclusion that an act does not fall under the scope of the EEA agreement, it might very well be that the EFTA side come to the conclusion that that is something that we would like to incorporate after all on what you could say voluntary basis. But there would be, we maybe thought when we, over the years when you know our agreement is based on the Treaty of Rome, whereas we have had lots of changes on the EU and we have more horizontal policies. So we thought maybe that would be quite some trouble for us in finding out whether it was EEA relevant or not, but I think it hasn't really caused a vast number of problems. But it could be whether if the EU decides to regulate a broader variety of issues in an act pertaining to the internal market, but also outside. And we have, for instance, examples where we have had it's like criminal law, sanctions, and so on, and that would obviously fall outside. Such examples would be good.
I think that was covers quite a bit. In my experience lately, it's maybe not so difficult to make the decision EEA relevant or not, but it's also, we can also decide that parts of legislation are not EEA relevant. So that's something we would then deal with in adaptations to the decisions. And an example is, for example, within the energy field, where there's a lot of political goals actually in a legislation. And we, of course, the EEA relevance is based on whether or not this contributes to the good functioning of the internal market. And then the political goals of the EU is of course outside of that scope. So then we need to sort of detach the political part and actually incorporate what's substance. Because these are quite complicated constructions, to say it like that. So it's challenging, but there are ways. Yeah.
Hello, Patrick Gallagher from the Executive Office in Northern Ireland. You just asked about the process for the National Parliament and the EEA doesn't approve an EU Act becoming EEA law, and just what happens with the different active countries there.
Again? Well, it might be so that a parliament does not approve, which has not happened yet. But if so, it will not apply, and it cannot apply temporary basis either. So it's just not in force. But there are mechanisms that the EU can enforce to trigger a political dispute settlement over that issue.
In my comment, I think this is also one aspect of the use of the decision-shaping process, because on the one hand, it contributes to prepare the minds back home about what's coming up, and it's also a means of carrying over in the early stage political concerns how countries might have into the development of the act. So, in an ideal world, we would not be confronted with a incorporation of something that which would have serious problems. And that's what was said, where we had some serious debates here and there in the past in our own countries, but no accident of that sort. I think what needs, I mean, this legal mechanics is very important, but what remains true is that it's about, this agreement is about a political will of countries to work together, and what is the fundamental driver, what made the EEA work in the past and continues today, is this strong common willingness of cooperation and this strong consensus on some basic principles like the homogeneity of the dynamic development we have mentioned. And if that is there, I mean, there's also same, I would say, within the EU. If any country has a serious political problem with an issue, it's not being dragged and pulled over the table and dragged against its will in that direction. And this is also what's true for our cooperation. And so as a result, systems need to be in place in case of an accident, but the whole dynamic is about avoiding getting to that point that we've not been there in the past.
All right, more questions? I suppose. Over there.
Good morning to all of you. I'm Kitica Slavipavic from the Croatian Permanent Representation, the chair of EFTA Working Party in the Council. So, on behalf of the Croatian presidency, I would like to congratulate EFTA for 60th anniversary. Also for 25th anniversary, we celebrated last year, but we are continuing celebrating for Liechtenstein. This year they will prepare a big event in May, so congrats for that. We are preparing EEA Council to take place in May, 25th of May, and the EEA agreement as well as EFTA and Switzerland are the most important issues that my working party in the Council, EFTA Working Party, is dealing with. So we should start preparing the EEA Council conclusions very soon, and also discussing incorporation of important legal acts into the EEA agreement. As we emphasized last year when celebrating the 25th anniversary of the EEA agreement, it is really a unique agreement agreement not comparable with any other agreement the EU has. So this seminar, I would like to thank you for organizing these seminars twice a year. It is really a very good opportunity to pass the message to our national administrations we are coming from of the importance of this agreement and cooperation with EFTA countries. So thank you for organizing this event.
It was a very easy question to get. Thank you. Okay, very nice. The EEA Council, which we refer to, is the council that takes place twice a year on that ministerial level. So, more questions?
Thank you very much for the seminar. George Boyovich, here, a neighbor from DG Employment of the European Commission. I would actually have a question about the judicial cooperation between the EFTA Court and the ECJ. When it comes to the internal market, the ECJ is a supreme authority, but nonetheless, what is the possibility for legal approach when it comes to the EFTA Court to apply what the ECJ rules when it comes to internal markets matters, but also beyond? So, is there a sort of institutionalized way how the two courts have a dialogue, or there is something else how the EFTA court takes the ECJ case? Thank you.
We will, of course, have a presentation from the court after lunch, but maybe.
So, since we apply the same legislation, although we apply EEA law and the EU side states and court apply EU law, interpretation of EU law when legislation is the same, it will of course be a relevance of how we interpret EEA legislation, of course. And in that respect, the EFTA court will always look at the rulings from the EU court and make reference to rulings of the EU court in their judgments, of course. There is no institutional cooperation between them as such, but of course they are placed in the same city and they apply the same laws, so actually they will have contacts. Yeah. Yeah, good point.
Yes, hello. Isabel Costello, in charge of EU affairs for the Principality of Monaco. It was a very interesting presentation for us. I have one question regarding Switzerland. Since Switzerland didn't join the EEA, and since its flag is still on the EFTA side, what is the role of the EFTA Secretariat regarding the EFTA agreement and regarding Switzerland?
Switzerland is an EFTA state, so we do service also fully our Swiss colleagues or Switzerland, but they are not a party to the EEA agreement, which is what we do work with in Brussels mainly. But the main office of EFTA is in Switzerland, based in Geneva, and there is where you will find the Secretariat office, and also our colleagues who work with free trade agreements, and of course there we work as EFTA for states. Mm-hmm. And what I didn't mention also when I showed you. Yeah, the EFTA Convention. Yeah, we have the EFTA Convention, which is the convention that governs EFTA and has rules on trade, has rules on the organization, and has rules on trade between the EFTA states, the 4 states. And as regards our EEA cooperation, which I didn't say maybe is that Switzerland, they are observers in our bodies in the EFTA.
As a result, as you know, the Swiss take care of their relation with the EU bilaterally, and they deal with their agreements themselves in the Secretariat level.
Hi, good morning. My name is Clarissa Kasek from the EU delegation to Switzerland and Liechtenstein. So my question concerns the backlog. And it was mentioned that 2019 there was a great success. There was a record in the reduction of these acts that were still pending. So my question was, what are the main reasons for the backlog? Besides, you mentioned before that the deadlines can just simply not be met. And what made 2019 special? So how was this accomplished? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I actually should have mentioned this because in the example of the European Financial Supervisory Authorities and the time it took for us to incorporate them between 2010 and 2016, during that time, because the EU machinery was producing a lot of legislation within that sector, and before we had that setup established, we could incorporate these acts. So we accumulated around some 300 acts of financial services that were then delayed, and we didn't really have a solution. And it took us until 2019 to incorporate the majority of those acts. So what happened in 2019 was that we had a big batch of central financial services legislation, which we actually managed to incorporate. So that was the big achievement in 2019. Normally, we managed to incorporate around 500 acts, and here we have actually 200 in financial services in addition. So that's one reason. Actually, there are maybe it's a big political or structural project with the Mother Act. We talk about sort of one legislation and level 2 legislation in the EU. When we have trouble with the Mother Act, then actually the implementing acts that come afterwards, then there's some stops. So that's a bottleneck. So that's very often what happens. So I think that's the principal reasons. And then it's the absorption capacity in member states on new legislation. Yeah. Yeah. And of course, this is a capacity question on our side, but also the EU side, which this wave that we had on our side for a long time, of course, suddenly sort of it hits the EU side, which hasn't been used to these big volumes of acts to treat, so it's also troublesome for them. So all these systems needs to be adjusted to the reality of the agreement.
Thank you very much, Neil Garland, Executive, and thank you very much for all the presentations this morning. My question is around decision shaping, which is a vitally important part of the process. Does the Secretariat support member states when they're in the expert groups? And how do member states get to progress and track the legislation once it goes into the Council and Parliament? Because obviously, if you're shaping legislation in the expert groups, it can be pulled in all sorts of directions over the process of course, a number of years potentially. So how do member states handle that, and how does the Secretariat support them with that? Thank you.
Thank you. I think I mentioned that very often the experts that attend the Commission working groups are the same ones that are actually in the EFTA working groups. So, well, maybe sometimes how do the Secretariat support them? Well, we don't have a direct role in what the experts do in the Commission working groups, because that's really a sort of bilateral because each member state is invited to participate, and they do so on their own means. But it's true that we have sort of supported discussion in the EFTA working groups, where we maybe will have sort of additional presentations by the Commission. We will, it's an area where the three EFTA states will discuss horizontal challenges, of course, in our perspective. So I would say that we support the experts in that way, but there's no direct link. Yeah. And then your question was, yes, okay. So of course we have a right to influence as long as the legislation is on Commission level, because this is not in theory political. This is about substance. So here, technical input from anyone would be of value for the Commission. Then when it passes that stage, it becomes political, as you say, and here we don't have a formal right, but we're well aware of a lot is happening there. So our officers, our sectoral officers here will follow the text going back and forth in trilogues, for example, and in the parliament committees and so on. So we will do that from here, and also the delegations do that from their side. And of course, here are our missions to the EU. They have the possibility of talking with their Nordic, not counterparts, colleagues. Very often we will have similar points of view as them, and they are of course present. So here actually, I think the EEA machinery becomes very much a national lobbying machine. So all opportunities are used. But I think it's fair to say that the missions, the EEA EFTA missions, they are more active on that part than what the Secretariat is, but we follow it closely.
I may make a comment on this. I think one aspect is how you do it, which is basically already the work of any process-based mission. It's accompanying the process, you know the people, the process is a quite transparent bubble, so you know how this works. You know, to talk to at which point to get the point across. What is specific, I think, to our situation is that as the EEA, as the legislation that's in preparation will apply to us by virtue of this agreement, we are particularly credible in this kind of work. When our issues are serious, we are being listened to. We are part of the EU's decision making, our own decision making takes place later within the EU context. But here again, what I said before about this commonalities about the fundamentals of our relation and the fact that the invitation will ultimately affect us gives, I think, our work particularly relevance in this process.
And I think that is also, since our member states, they have taken this decision that it is the EEA agreement that is the way to go. They are not looking for EU. And of course, it is a challenge when you're not in the decision-making phase, but that is the decision that they have made. And it also illustrates how extremely important it is then to use all the other venues of cooperation and influence and getting to learn and know what is coming our way. We cannot discuss enough how important it is.
Okay, maybe a couple of last questions. One here.
Hi, my name is Pia Plesmo. I work at Philip Morris, and I was wondering when a directive comes, it's deemed to be needs a law amendment in Parliament, goes to the Norwegian Parliament, but then Parliament implements or decides that they should go a bit beyond what's in the directive. What happens then? Could that cause a delay? And I'm talking about the Tobacco Product Directive, of course, it's been past Parliament in December 2016, and we're still waiting for the implementation. Is the part that Parliament went beyond, is that the cause of the delay? We cannot go into the details of the process, but because it relates a bit to this minimum harmonization approach or a maximum harmonization approach. In certain areas, because we can have, if there are concerns of public health, because that's a national priority, and very often in the legislation, EU legislation, there will be possibilities for national parliaments or national law to go beyond if this is a concern. One of the, it's complicated for our states to incorporate law which actually will restrict what is actually already happening. And that is typically when there is this maximum harmonization approach. So without going into detail, that could be one of the reasons for the delay to that level.
If it's a implementing law passed by Parliament, it would not correspond to legislation. The legislation has it has become the EEA law. Then you have infringement procedures. You have the EFTA Surveillance Authority that would look at that and then raise the case, invite the member state to change its implementation. If it doesn't, they would end up in court, very much like in the EU, but through our channels of institution. And maybe one other aspect of that, I'm not sure that's exactly what you meant, but it is more an issue of political handling back home, is that sometimes our members or some government like to take advantage of a legislative project in implementation of EEA law to add another stuff that suits their own domestic program. Parliaments tend not to like that because they want to know this is EEA, this is domestic, and I think there is a movement towards kind of separating things. But this is kind of domestic handling of legislative work.
Okay, maybe two last questions, but then we have to break for coffee because the program is ahead of us.
Thank you. My name is Andrea Stancu. I'm coming from the Romanian Parliament representation. I would like to ask you thank you for the presentation that was very clear, the steps that you follow for the hard legislation. I was wondering whether you follow the same for the soft legislation, whether you absorbed it into your own legislation.
And if it is legislation, then we have to incorporate it into the whereas it is so-called non-binding decisions, then they will, yeah.
That would be my question. How would you define the soft law?
For example, guidelines.
Okay.
We incorporate that into the EEA agreement. In the EEA agreement, we will find legislation. But of course, if it's something, and normally you wouldn't find guidelines in national law. It's not the legislation, but of course it is of relevance for the member states in their enforcement and interpretation of legislation that the guidelines pertain to. And I suppose that is very much the same as in the member state. I don't think there is very much of a difference if it's relevant.
Maybe you can refer this question to the representative of the EFTA Surveillance Authority later today, because I suspect that the ESA would issue similar or same interpretation recommendation of the Commission, but it's their competence and their decision.
Good morning. I am Georgios Mavroidakis. I am from Greece, and I am a master student at the Bilateral University. Thank you all for your presentations. And I would like to ask a political question. So after the realization of Brexit, how possible do you see a request from London to rejoin EFTA, and how positive or negative would you be towards this? Thank you.
I was waiting for this question. Finally, the big question came along. Do you want to take this?
I think the question was whether the UK might wish to join. I think you should address this question to the UK. They have not expressed such an intention so far.
Yeah, so basically the question is not political because they have questions. All right, so thanks a lot for this part of the program, but have a coffee, you deserve it, and we will continue at 10:45.
Ja, fordi jeg har hørt den her. Fra, ja. Nei, jo, ja.
Ja, fra min og da var hun snakket om tidligere. Eller også fordi at min det er også ja, Stine er jo sånn bare sånn familie. Så Stine jeg møtte ikke noe videre med Stine og da var Stine nei, jeg som har Stine med en gang. Er du med? Ja. Men er det fint? Ja,
Ok. C'est la pause. Oui. Ok, génial. Mhm. Ah, c'est pas mal ça. Écoute, ouais, c'est pas mal. Et le 16 août, oui, 16 août, c'est bien, oui. Non. Non, oui. Le matin, ouais. Ah, la nuit. Mais je suis pas trop grave, c'est un peu géré. Elle est plus, c'est plus un bébé, la petite. C'est pas idéal, mais ça se débrouille. Écoute, non, le 16, c'est bien, parce qu'après, toi, tu peux travailler. Mmh. Non, c'est pas grave. Moi, je préfère le 28. Mais toi, si tu veux travailler, moi, je préfère le 28, bien sûr. Mais si tu veux travailler. Ouais. Ok. Ouais, on verra bien. Mais c'est comme le 16 ou le 20, comme tu veux mon numéro de téléphone. Bien sûr. Ok. Parfait. Mais parce que, oui, ok. Elle va pas être notée ta visa. Avec les bagages, hein, c'est bon ça aussi. Non, non, regarde, comme ça, je sais pas, tu peux acheter des trucs. C'est quoi, c'est pas famille à 1250. Bravo, mais c'est allez, très bien. Écoute, s'il y a un problème avec moi, je t'envoie le numéro de la mienne, il n'y en a pas beaucoup. En temps normal, il n'y en a pas beaucoup. Et tu me diras, la valise de commis, on a. Non? Oui, très bien. Félicitations, monsieur le voir. Ben ouais. Je sais pas, ça a apparu, c'est des nouveaux.
Somehow formally campuses. Because in the life of Europe, they do this.
I can find something. Ja, det var intressant.
I know, I'm afraid
It's not going to be possible.
It's not possible, no.
You have to put that.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much for your understanding.
Yeah. Hi.
Welcome back, everybody. Everybody's taking the seats. So we have a very interesting program ahead of us. Just started, and now we want to give the floor to the chair of the standing committee. You already heard about the standing committee, and the standing committee this semester is chaired by Norway. So we are fortunate to have the Norwegian ambassador here. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this invitation. Can you all hear me in the back benches? Yes, very good. Delighted to be here. I understand that you've already been told about the mechanisms inherent in the EEA agreement. It's a very special partnership with the European Union, this unique kind of agreement. This agreement which we consider my own background as Norwegian. Anyone who is up to 25 years old in Norway has not experienced anything but the system of free movement, possibilities, opportunities, etc., which are provided by this agreement. So it's basically sometimes taken as the necessary paradigm without reflecting much on what it is about and how it works. So my perspective with you during this half hour would be basically to deconstruct how the agreement works, seen from the perspective of the member states which are in the standing committee on the EEA side, and particularly with the subjective perspective of myself as a Norwegian ambassador, but also priorities for future work. Why is this agreement unique? I'd like to pinpoint to some articles in this fantastic EEA agreement from 1992, which entered into force for Norway in 1994. There are a couple of provisions which are not usually highlighted, and I will take them as the point of departure for the political assessment of how the mechanics actually works from our point of perspective. First of all, if you start with the preamble, I think it's the 15th preamble paragraph. As a reference to a couple of important premises which explain the background for this very special system. And it is the decision-making autonomy of the contracting parties. And the contracting parties, that's of course the EU, which has its autonomous legal order, which cannot be infringed upon. And we have rulings by the European Court of Justice in Luxembourg, the early phase of the elaboration of the treaty, which highlight that. But it's also the decision-making autonomy, because of constitutional and other requirements, of the contracting parties on the EFTA side. And when we speak of the EFTA states in the EEA agreement, it is defined, as you know, as two free states, Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, following the referendum that took place in Switzerland, whereby Switzerland was not did not join this particular EEA agreement system. So decision, the decision-making autonomy of the contracting parties is, I think, essential to understand. It's mutual respect. It's an issue of highlighting the basic premises for participation. And of course, the decision-making autonomy is subject to limitations set out by this treaty and by international law, to quote from the preamble. Now, what are the general aims? The aims are quite more numerous than what one usually refers to. If you look at the number of objectives and values that are highlighted in the treaty, it goes, of course, to the hardcore of the internal market, the four liberties, competition laws, legal homogeneity. Of course, you all know about Article 105, that is the objective to arrive at as uniform interpretation as possible of the provisions of the agreement. Not with EU treaties, but with those provisions of community legislation which are substantially reproduced in the agreement. So it's this legal homogeneity referred to in Article 105, which is basically at the core of the agreement. But then there is a number of other issues that have been added. Now, if you look at it from the perspective of member states, we would look at it from, strategically, the marching orders are not provided by the chair of the standing committee. I'm relatively powerless in that context, so I can reassure you entirely. The marching orders, they come from the supreme body, which is basically the overarching main forum for strategic direction. And that's the EEA Council, which meets biannually at ministerial levels. And I'd like to refer you to the Article 89 of the treaty, which speaks of the need for the Council to assess overall functioning and provide general guidelines to the EEA committee, the Joint Committee, which was 2092, and I finished my legalese with references to articles. I won't exaggerate those. But the Joint Committee is basically the organ which has to quote the treaty, ensure the effective implementation and operation of the agreement. Joint Committee, that's where, from the EFTA side, the three ambassadors participate, and we have on the other side the EU, mainly represented by the EEAS. Now, what is very special to the EEA agreement is, of course, the requirement that the three EFTA states speak with one voice. Speak with one voice is actually the wording of this agreement, among other things in Article 93, paragraph 2. And how do you achieve that, to speak with one voice? You have sovereign states with constitutional traditions, their historical and cultural and economic backgrounds, which may be very much overlapping common European values, but also sometimes different interests. Well, to speak with one voice, you use basically the structure that has been already described, I think, called meeting at different levels. And in the final instance, before you have meetings in the EEA Joint Committee, you do that in the Standing Committee. So the marching orders we have received, I would like to refer you to a very important document. It's the EEA Council conclusions from the 52nd meeting, which were released on the 19th of November 2019. If you doubt my way of describing the uniqueness of this agreement, discard me, forget about me. But look at the EEA Council conclusions, which basically refer to the common agreement of the EU and EFTA states as to what characterizes this agreement. And not only in terms of general descriptive characterizations, where the words unique agreement, the expression comes up, the positive spirit of cooperation has allowed for adaptations and solutions to be found in a world of constant change. Nice wording, special partnership, nice wording. But if you read through this series of conclusions, you will see how broad and how deep this cooperation actually is, and how far it has developed. And I think in those times where multilateral systems are sometimes threatened, where there is where there are tensions around on different continents, I would like to basically salute the resilience, the robustness, efficiency of this agreement. And then I would like to highlight one thing which I think the lawyers, including myself, who refer to this agreement sometimes overlook, because it's not very legal language, it's more sociological language, which may be more recognizable by those who have been dealing with social theory, communication theory, and all that. Because there are references in these agreements, which I think are quite unique, to communicative patterns. The way to get to this ideal of legal homogeneity and the mutual confidence and trust, predictability, the legal certainty that various actors within the European Economic Area on the EU side and the EFTA side have, depends very much on elaborating common understandings and resolving practical issues. And the treaty speaks therefore quite often of, it uses adverbs and adjectives such as informally or formally, formal or informal. That's very strange, because when lawyers see informal communications, that's communications from people who speak. Language is cheap. What counts is formal decisions. Lawyers will lap dispute settlement mechanisms. In those Brexit times, there have been people who basically ask, how often can we use dispute settlement mechanism? Or basically, what we basically have resolved issues through a communicative system which is based on two premises. One is as broad and deep information exchange as possible. One example is Article 99, another example, Article 100, third example, 101. I can continue. But you see the point. The drift is towards making sure that at the level or stage of preparation and consultation, when, for instance, the Commission starts out on the long road of elaborating European legislation which is relevant to the internal market or which falls within the scope of the agreement, there the sky is the limit in terms of informational exchanges, communication of relevant issues, topics, working methods, and the like. I won't exaggerate that part in terms of time, because time frame is limited, but I would ask you not to underestimate the immense importance of this communicative system, which is particular to the EEA agreement, which basically is the nexus between the fact that EEA states are sometimes referred to as fantastic decision takers, I've heard that before, or rule takers, and I'm often asked, how is it possible to be as loyal to the implementation, preparation, and etc., of new European legislation coming into the EEA system every month, basically? The answer to that is that we have been given possibilities to participate fully without the right to vote, but one usually doesn't vote in the preparatory phases, in the decision shaping. To great decision shapers when it's important to us, at least if we do our work. And that's where I would like to highlight the incredibly important role played by the EFTA Secretariat in providing support to the three EFTA states. And on the other end, you have also the issue of trust, confidence, legitimacy, seen from the EU point of view, which of course requires predictability and no basic differences in how you interpret and apply key norms in internal market. And that is the legitimacy provided by the surveillance authority, ESA, and the EFTA court, which again is linked in an extremely interesting way, but we don't have 5 hours to describe that, to the European Court of Justice system in Luxembourg. But it's an ecosystem which is basically working in a way which has been described as quite unique and effective. Now, when all of that has been said and done, you may wonder, what about the standing committee? Where do we stand? Standing committee, stand. What is our stance? Where are we moving towards? I'd like basically to quote from our key priorities, which may not come as a major surprise to you. If they do, I would be very, very disappointed. But if you recognize them, I will be delighted. First, we will build on the progress that has been achieved already, and this is based on a system of shared responsibility. And that has to do with ensuring timely incorporation of new EEA relevant EU acts. So that requires an enormous amount of work. In the past year, in 2019, we actually had close to, I think it was record, like, I think we can say that. So you could add, the EEA in terms of European Excellence Award could be afforded to those who actually, on both sides, on the IO, on the EU side, and not least on the EFTA states and EFTA Secretariat side, with all the pyramidal structures that have been contributing to this outcome. We have been reducing in a very effective way what we call the backlog. The backlog is sometimes referred to as something negative. There is something inherent in the EEA system that we incorporate stuff after it has been decided formally by the legislators. So it comes afterwards. But the issue is, so therefore an inherent inbuilt time lag, and the ambition is to reduce that time lag as much as possible. Sometimes this requires a huge degree of conversation, identification of issues, and identification sometimes of adaptations. Let me just say that the more we, in the sense of EFTA states, are active in the preparatory stages and utilize the opportunities to make relevant points and raise issues early on upstream, the easier it's down the road. And one of the examples of activity that is increased, I think, in a very successful way is provision of common EFTA comments to upcoming legislation where we identify issues in a common manner. And the first thing is therefore issue of trust, confidence, legitimacy in a system that works, which is dependent on timely incorporation of acts. So that's number one. The second is that we do not live in a vacuum. We live in a day and time with huge changes, whether it's related to climate issues or digitalization, and the list is pretty lengthy. And we are following extremely closely what is going on. For instance, the initiatives taken by the new Commission under the leadership of Mr. von der Leyen. Let me just mention one example, European Green Deal. Another example, digitalization. This is quite lengthy. Now, we are following the work on new initiatives and legislation of the Commission, and we are in touch. The members of the Standing Committee are also in touch, of course, based on this early participation in the decision shaping and identification of issues that will come up later on. With we talk to people of member states and European Parliament. It would be irresponsible not to do that. And the point is to make sure that the system at the end of the day will be working as effectively and with inbuilt confidence on both sides. Now, new initiatives that we will be looking at during this current semester under the Norwegian chair of the Standing Committee. Of course, this has to do with new climate law, new industrialization policy. Those will have a bearing on the internal market workings, goes without saying. And this will be go through meetings with the EU institutions that are relevant. But also, I would expect we might come up at some point with written statements and positions that we will communicate. Let me just say that we have already identified a huge degree of common basis in the assessment of what the priorities are in the sense that we wish the European continent to take a leadership role excluded by the European Union in terms of achieving the climate targets of Paris Accord, etc. And the list is quite lengthy. So there is a commonality of values, which is also reflected in the EEA agreements, which has proved resilience. Look at these agreements from 1992. 1992 was the year of the Rio conference, and that's when a lot of this work actually started out. There are references to sustainable development in the treaty. There's a huge number of references to environmental issues and a number of other issues in social values and more. Now, acknowledging the third point we'd like to focus on is acknowledging the continuous need to strengthen knowledge about the EEA agreement, because I can see that I've been here for about a year and it's something enthusiastic about the EEA agreement. It's not something which is widely shared, basically because a lot of people don't know about the EEA agreement. They hear about the EEA, it's the European Environmental Agency, and in a sense, the agreement is both. But it's basically something which is quite exemplary. Probably the discussions around Brexit have led to more interest in the variety of ways of integrating Europe, and people are gaining more understanding. But we in the Standing Committee, side, the EFTA states, will not be amiss in utilizing opportunities to basically share both information priorities with regard to the EEA agreement, highlight its relevance for the resilience and effectiveness of the internal market, its utilization to achieve climate goals, a variety of objectives which are important to all of us. So identifying opportunities, sharing experience, that's where we, for instance, have found that concrete illustrations, examples from real life, examples from particular regions, from research institutions, from trade unions or employers, it's the concrete examples which fascinate, because those are the linchpin to understand. Because otherwise, here in Brussels, I think you're overstimulated in terms of macro analysis and normative frameworks. So it's probably sometimes good also in our own home countries, backlogs, to refer to concrete illustrations of the practical importance of everyday life of people. So we will be doing that. Among things that will lead to increased knowledge, we hope, is also an event which we plan to organize during the semester. I'm highlighting the EEA states participation in EU agencies. Because while we've had 25 years of an incredible degree of resilience and stability with regard to the main agreement of the EEA, which has been supplemented, of course, with loads of legislation, on the EU side, there's been revolutionary contributions in terms of development of new executive structures and institutional imagination and creativity. So what is quite remarkable is the way the EEA agreement has been adaptable to those new realities, but that requires engagement and understanding of what those agencies are, and we will look into that. We will soon also have an exhibition on the EEA Norway grants at the European Parliament. We will announce dates and etc. But it will be in the course of this year, that's for sure. It's an exhibition that is currently exhibited in the entrance hall of the European External Action Service on Schumann. Let me just say that it's little known, but it's one part of the EEA ecosystem that we basically, over a funding period of 2014-2021, to mention the most recent example, we have contributed, or are contributing 2.8 billion euros to fund a variety of projects in 50 member states of the European Union. And the mantra, the motto, the leitmotif for this work is, and I quote, working together for a green, competitive, and inclusive Europe. I think nothing will shock you in that number. I think you might even recognize common ones in terms of priorities across Europe. But please take an interest in what is going on in that realm, because it's pretty active. Finally, I would be totally remiss if I didn't mention that there are ongoing changes also in Europe in terms of structural characteristics of integration. So we will continue the close dialogue between the EEA states and the EU-UK task force with regard to the negotiation of future treaty relationships with the UK. So those are the main priorities of the Standing Committee, which basically make me pretty optimistic in that if you don't remember anything of what I've been saying, you will at least consider the merits of traditional Chinese philosophy. The two pillars that work well together. Why is the EEA agreement important? I think you understand why. I will allow for one question if it's nice. Non-confrontational. If you express full agreement with everything.
Thank you, Ambassador. I'm sure there are some questions. You really put this into a very good perspective. We had the technical illustrations early on, but this was reality. So, questions to either about the Standing Committee or Norway? Over there.
Thank you. My name is Olav Hellemik. I'm at the Norwegian Ministry of Children and Families. Thank you for a very interesting and enthusiastic presentation. It's not often we have such an enthusiasm for the EEA agreement. And I wonder if you could comment on, in Norway it's very often referred to as a lack of democracy in the EEA agreement. And very often people say that the people who oppose Norwegian who opposed that Norway should join the EU won on a referendum in 1994, but they've lost every day since because Norway has now implemented so much of the EU legislation. And I wonder if you could comment on that criticism of the EEA agreement.
that's a pretty ideological anyway. I'd like to pass it back to my politicians to respond to that and not comment so much on the debates in Norway. But certainly, what I can confirm is that there's a bright future for optimism with regard to the EEA agreement. If you take the most recent polls in terms of what the grassroots and all political parties in Norway have, irrespective of the public programs, it's pretty interesting to see that the base of the political parties are clearly in favor of the arrangements we have with the European Union and a variety of levels. I think basically when you imply that there's a deficit of democracy, I think our point of view is usually that there's total conformity with democracy because we've had 2 referendums and we basically build on the outcome of the expression of the will of the people in 1994. At the same time, there's a huge degree of support for close practical cooperation and inclusion in internal market. Of course, there are issues always in terms of a vast, you could say, mass of legislation coming in. I am totally persuaded that one of my personal, and I think what my colleagues at the mission, all ministries in Norway represented by it's the largest mission, foreign mission we have in the United States. One of our main tasks is basically to promote a better understanding of what this vast mass of legislation is. It's pretty distant from people, and I would basically support those who say that you should read through the latest fiscal decisions taken in the Joint Committee in terms of understanding the kind of we call it legislation, but we call them in Norway we call them derived regulations, which are often very technical nature, which are pretty important and knowledge-based with regard to improving standards and quality and safety, consumer rights, and equal opportunity, etc. So the basic principles are not that hard to understand. The directives and regulations are sometimes daunting in terms of dimensions, but if you actually look at how this is done, I sometimes use, and I think you're screening these, but I should be very careful. But okay, let's take some risk. Sometimes I think that when I use my computer, I use software that I don't fully understand. I'm very glad that I don't understand it. I don't understand the operating system on my computer to use various apps, software which I usually tend to send an email to Google or whatever I do. However, I receive constantly suggestions to upgrade those programs. And I understand that it's pretty interesting to do it. That's my point. So if you want to have the predictability that is reliant upon the best scientific knowledge, I think what is less known in some parts of the Norwegian population is the number of Norwegian civil servants, experts, scientists who participate extremely actively to the various expert groups and committees that are elaborating standards, whether it's with regard to issues that are very close to Norwegian hearts, such as standards, veterinary standards, which have to do with food safety, or the wish we all share to reduce pesticides to a minimum, and to have a clear view of the kind of pesticides are that's necessary, the quantities, and make sure that that information is made or provided to consumers. I mean, if you start looking into that, of course, that requires a certain degree of constant upgrade. I'm not saying that the agreement is a big computer receiving messages for upgrading, but I think some of the numbers of acts that are being introduced have to do with upgrading. And where if you had a poll and asked the regions, they would say, would you not like to upgrade your computer? Would you like to expose yourself to bugs? The answer would be, of course not. I would like to upgrade my computer. Okay, so I mean, this is probably an extremely simplistic approach to reducing the political issues which have more to do with aspects relating to labor, worker rights, mobility, and sometimes they have nothing to do with the actual European legislation that has been adopted, but may have to do with circumvention, the lack of compliance. As you know, we're very keen in Norway and in the states in improving compliance. The issue of credibility of compliance is a major issue. It's not just an issue of regulating, we also want to ensure that the application there's something there where we have a very fruitful discussion with the various senior institutions and how we can improve on those aspects. I'm not saying that there are sometimes heated debates. Some of these debates overlook compute utterly. Judging from the length of my responses in 1 year. Where are the times?
Because because you mentioned in your speech the challenge to keep it one voice. Can you a little bit give us examples when you or how you do it if there are differences?
Well, thank you. That's a very good point. But it's also quite spectacular, unique, delightful, incredible, overwhelmingly nice. It's the fact that we manage to speak with it. And that requires an immense amount of work sometimes, because we have to understand the various issues, various positions. And that is done on a number of levels. So I think, in effect, some of it is done at expert levels, highly technical levels. And there's a scale of, you could say, the challenges in Europe in general is how do you link the political levels with the technical expertise? Sometimes in the technical issues, you may have a political devil who hides behind. So the interconnection between the two, the dialogue between the two, the communication is important. So among the three states, how do you manage to speak with one voice? Sometimes it takes a little time, but usually it's been working in an incredibly fascinating, effective, superlatively useful way. It is because we talk well together. We have, I think, going back to the words using the agreement to speak of informal information and exchanges. We do all of that, and we do it at all levels. And I'd like to also salute my two colleagues, as having Ambassador Paulson, like Liechtenstein Ambassador Sabine Mohammed. We see each other regularly, and we discuss issues constantly. I think that characterizes the contrast between our capitals. But of course, the whole aim of the game is also to ensure that our partners within the EU understand the system, even though they have usually loads of other work to do. There's an EEA dimension and basically everything that has to do with internal markets, whether it's financial markets or what have you. And therefore, among you, I would say that you are tasked now, formally, with marching orders. Basically, not to necessarily go about the agreement, but basically to make sure that that aspect is taken into consideration, because if you consider those three states as third countries with regard to the internal market, you undermine the internal markets, undermine the competition rules. If you consider this to be foreign to the effectiveness of European Union policies, well, you basically disregard the degree of integration that the economic actors are fully taking on board. This is something which is basically common basic understanding we share in Reykjavik, Vaduz, and Oslo. It's the realization of the need to communicate well, understand the issues in time, and basically address these issues in a constant dialogue with the EU institutions. And the EU institutions very often are in DGs, and in a variety of contexts. I won't speak on behalf of the EFTA Surveillance Authority and the EFTA Court. They also have their contacts with regard to surveillance and enforcement. But again, I'm pretty enthusiastic about the capacity to speak with one voice. I know other parts of the world where speaking with one voice is not actually given. Saying that we are in of working together for the common public good.
Thank you, Ambassador. So we should continue with our program. We have 2 more presentations before we break for lunch. So next up, we actually already screened the video, but now we have legal operation with the legal team, the Secretariat, and we will go a little deeper into how EU law becomes EEA law.
So, good morning. I hope everybody can hear me quite well and that I'm speaking properly into the microphone. Sorry that I missed the first part of the seminar. I had a little meeting, and I was planning to base my introduction on this video, but it's already been shown, so it's kind of my hunger has been stolen. So I will have to try to explain these very exciting procedures for you. But before I kind of talk about the procedure itself, it is quite important to highlight the fact that, unlike the EU, the EEA agreement does not entail any transfer of legislative powers. So what I will be talking about is how EU law becomes part of the EEA agreement. And we are, as we have discussed earlier, the EEA agreement is really the way to allow the EFTA states to participate in the internal market. And of course, the foundation of the internal market is the legislation of the internal market that is adopted by the EU. So this legislation has to be become part of the EEA agreement in some way, and it does not happen automatically. Last year, we adopted 319 decisions by the EEA Subcommittee, which made 708 legal acts part of the EEA agreement. And every one of these Subcommittee decisions is the equivalent of a new international agreement between the EU and the EFTA states. So this highlights that it's very important that when the procedures we follow are kind of function as a very well-oiled and smooth machine, but at the same time, as we've already discussed here, you have been explained to you, these are important legislation, and it has to be at the same time taking very much care that when this is made part of the agreement, that is done properly, taking all the interest all the interests are taken into account, and that the result that we have is a very good one for everybody. So we have on the website a very useful web tool that we use to go into these procedure in more detail. So I would very much encourage you to look at that if you're interested in learning more about these procedures. There you have very useful information about all these steps. Basically, incorporation of the EU law into the agreement is an 8-step process, and I will go through all of these 8 steps here. Just very briefly show all of them to you.
The first step is the decision shaping. I believe that we have discussed that already, so I'm not going to go into much detail on that. But I would still kind of take the opportunity to highlight that the EEA agreement guarantees certain access of the EFTA states in the decision shaped by the EU in Articles 99 and 100 of the EU. So it is very, and these articles are actually more result of a compromise between the EFTA states and the EU, I believe it's former previous when the agreement was negotiated. The EFTA states or the EFTA states wanted access to decision making. The EU said very clearly no, but then the compromise was that at least the EFTA state would be active participant in the shaping and the molding of new EU rules. So, the second step then to incorporate EU rules is basically once we have concluded the EU legislative process, and that usually ends by the publication of this new EU legislation in the official journal of the European Union. This is really the step one where the process of making this new law part of the agreement starts. This is how the publication would look usually in the official journal. And one point, I don't know if you see it very well here on the screen, but sometimes you will see a marker that EU law is EEA relevant. And this is very useful information because it indicates that the EU considers that this law to be EEA relevant. What is EEA relevant? That basically means that this is a legislation that falls under the material scope of the EEA agreement. It basically means that this is internal market legislation, as we discussed. The EEA agreement links us to the internal market. Legislation that relates to the internal market should be made part of the agreement, but legislation that covers all the policy needs of the European Union that are not part of the EEA, agricultural policy, the common fishery policy, to name just two examples, is not relevant to the agreement and is not to be incorporated. But about this marker is that, like I said, it's useful information, but it has no legal relevance. And we still have to scrutinize every act from the question, is it EEA relevant? There are examples where acts have had this marker in the official journal, without actually being quite clear not EEA relevant. And there have also been acts legal as are clearly EEA relevant that have not contained this marker. Just highlight this is useful information, but this is not what determines whether or not it's EEA relevant. So once the act has been published, basically the next step is to assess the act and determine whether whether it should be incorporated into the agreement and how it should be done so. And we can basically say that this states can be divided into two stages. First is the preliminary stage, where the assessment is done by the EFTA Secretariat here in this house. And the main questions to ask in that context is it EEA relevant? Does it fall under the scope of the agreement? And the second question is, would there be any adaptations needed? I will talk a little bit later on what adaptations are. But this was explained actually quite well in the video. This is the question of adaptation relates to how does it fit into the agreement? How do we need to make any adjustments to the act before it is made part of the agreement? So this assessment by the Secretariat also has an impact on what procedure we will follow. We basically had two sets of procedures: the sort of fast track and the regular track, the standard procedure. I'm not going to go very much into the detail of these two facts, but the assessment here is that if it's a fast track regulation, we can assume there are no needs for adaptations. we can also assume that this would not require any legislative changes in the EFTA countries to the domestic legislation. So the procedure can go a little faster. And this also implies that the deadline that our expert have to assess it are shorter. So this is the form if it's a faster, and basically what we more or less ask the expert to do is to tell us, do they oppose it? If they don't send anything, we can assume that it can continue the faster. But if it should fall into the standard procedure, this is the form that the expert will need to fill out. And this, at this point, we're asking for more information from the experts. So once this first preliminary assessment by the Secretariat concludes, we can go to the next stage, which is assessment by the national experts in the capitals of the 3 EFTA states. And basically, what they need to assess is more or less the same issues that the preliminary assessment by the Secretariat has to assess. Is the act EEA relevant, and are there any adaptation needed? So I think that this is a good stage for me to talk a little bit more about what we mean when we talk about adaptations. So we can speak of 3 forms of adaptations. Like I said, all EU legal acts that are made part of the EU agreement will have to we have to assess, are there some adjustments that are needed to the act so it can fit into the agreement. Some of these adjustments are so common that they are included in so-called Protocol 1 to the agreement. And a very good example is that an EU legal act will by itself only apply among the members of the European Union. To be brought into the EU agreement, it then applies to the EFTA states. So Protocol 1 states that if there is a reference to EU member states in a map, when it's been incorporated into the agreement, that should be read as also referring to the EFTA states. Then a different form of adaptation is the so-called sectoral adaptations, and those are contained in individual annexes or chapter to individual annexes of the EU agreement. The agreement has 22 annexes, and for some acts that are incorporated into these annexes, there are certain adjustments that need to be made that cover this particular sector. A very good example of this is that, for example, Liechtenstein is exempted from the bilateral rules of the EU agreement. So you have in Annex 1, Chapter 1, the basic exemption saying this does not apply to Liechtenstein. So every act that is made part of the agreement is not, until the next bilateral issues, does not apply to Liechtenstein. So you don't need to spell it out in the decision of the subcommittee when this is being incorporated. It follows from this sectoral adaptation. Now, a specific adaptation is adaptation that then is specific to a certain EU legislation or an EU legal act. So this may be, for example, an adaptation that stems from the institutional structure of the EU. It may be that the EU legal act says that certain tasks should be carried out by an EU institution, for example, the European Commission. And to be incorporated into the EU agreement, then we have to decide if it is not a task that is actually covered by Protocol 1 that I referred earlier, we have to have taken a decision who should be the one that carries out this task. And that is a specific adaptation to this particular act. Now, another way to assess adaptation is whether it's a so-called technical adaptation or a substantive adaptation. And a technical adaptation does not involve any change in the substance of a material change in the law, in the EU legislation question. It's always useful to have an example of this. A good example is if you might have in the Act a list of national authorities in the EU member states, and then of course that Act is not going to contain a reference to the national authorities in the EFTA states. So you have to add that, and that we call that a technical adaptation. Then you have a substantive adaptation, and that is a adaptation that then changes something in the substance of the Act in question, modifies the rights or the obligation contained here. An example of that would be, for example, an exemption for one of the EFTA states for a certain provision in contained legal act. Because if there are exemptions, those exemptions that relate to the EFTA states are not going to be contained in the EU legal act itself. They have to be added when the act is taken on board into the EU agreement. Now, this is just a flag that while this process is going on in the EFTA, the scrutiny by the EFTA Secretariat, then by the national experts, and I will continue to explain these procedures, we have national procedures in the individual EFTA states that are quite relevant. That may require consultation among different ministries, consultation with the national parliaments, and the DAC tool again has very useful information about it that we want to look into that. So now we reach the stage where the Secretariat has given its preliminary assessment of the Act, then the national experts have looked into it and they have given their assessment, giving the views of whether the Act is irrelevant, whether there are any adaptations needed. There is kind of consensus on that. At that stage, it's time for the actually drafting of the decision of the EEA Committee to incorporate this particular legislation into the agreement. And that drafting is done by the Secretariat. The Secretariat, based on the feedback that we received from national experts, we make this draft. We then get approval with it sent to the EFTA states for approval, both at the expert level, but also at the more coordination level, subcommittees, which are where the EFTA states are represented at the more coordinated level. It's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, both in Iceland and Norway, and it's the EEA Coordination Unit in Liechtenstein, which is part of the Prime Minister's office. So basically, this is to get approval from all the relevant national authorities for the draft decision. This means that the EFTA countries agree on what this draft decision should say. And then we are ready for the next phase, which is which is to get approval from the EU. And when we have this agreement on the content of the draft Subcommittee decision, the EFTA Secretariat will send it to the European External Action Service, or the ES, which is our interlocutor when it comes to the management of the EEA agreement on the European Union. When they receive it, they will have consultations with the relevant Director General of the Commission and the Commission Legal Service. This is usually called or referred to as the inter-service consultation. And in most cases, this can take a relatively short time, of days or 4 weeks. But of course, if there are substantive issues that the EFTA states and the EU may not fully agree on, this will take more time, and this will take require more discussions, and that is a process that can take much longer, up to years in some rather complicated and difficult issues. Once there is an agreement at that level, the EES is will need to assess whether it needs to refer the draft decision to the Council, the European Union. And going back to what I said earlier, these are decisions that, every decision of the EEA Subcommittee really has the same meaning as an international agreement. But we have, as I said, many of them, and of course there's a need to filter out. So the EU has decided that the only ones that need to go to the council are the ones that have substantive adaptations. I talked about what substantive adaptations are. In that case, it needs to be referred to the council, and that may take from 3 to 6 months, depending on the issue. So once we have an agreement on both sides for incorporating individual acts, we start the preparation for what decision will be taken at the next meeting of the EEA. And that is actually a process that starts already after, it starts today, basically immediately after the committee has met. We start to prepare what should be taken, what should be on the agenda of the next meeting, what EU legal acts should be incorporated at that meeting. And that requires a lot of coordination between the EFTA states and also the EES. So we have to make sure that we are in agreement what decisions are ready for us. And once we are in agreement with that, the EEA Joint Committee is ready to meet and adopt the decisions. It meets around 7 to 8 times a year. There, the EFTA states are represented by the ambassadors of the EFTA states, and the EU with the representative of the EES. And the decisions are taken by a consensus. The EU agreement requires consensus by both sides, the EFTA states on one side, which should speak in one voice, and the EU on the other side. So if there is disagreement, the decision is not ready to be adopted. So that particular EU legislation cannot be adopted. Now, when the decision has been taken by the EU Joint Committee, it usually enters the force the day after, but there are exceptions to that. And maybe the most important to flag is that if a decision requires changes in national legislation of any of the EFTA countries, they can flag what is called, or should flag what is called the constitutional requirement. That basically said, we cannot agree to this unless we change the law. And this is with the provision that we need to get parliamentary approval for the decision before it can enter into force. And according to the EU agreement, the EFTA states have 6 months to fulfill this constitutional requirement. And if they go beyond that, they have to notify the Joint Committee that they will use. So, quick look of what an actual decision of the EEA Joint Committee looks like if you're interested. Of course, you can find all the decisions adopted by the EEA Joint Committee at our website if you are very interested. So they always follow the same format. It's a very, very kind of a uniform way of drafting these decisions. Now, you might think that this is the final stage. The act has been incorporated into the agreement. Everything is kind of settled, but that's actually not the case. Because again, looking into the differences between the EEA and the EU is that we don't have any direct application. So, for the EU legislation to be actually part of the legal order of the EFTA states, the EFTA states have to input these acts. And to make sure that they actually do that and carry out their obligations under this act, we have the Secretariat Authority, which will make a presentation in the afternoon and speak a little bit more how it does it work. And then we also have the EFTA. So the agreement has a mechanism to make sure that once EU legislation has been part of the agreement, it will be enforced by the EFTA state, and they will take the necessary steps to make it a part of the legal order. So that's it. That's all the 8 stages of how EU legislation becomes part of the EU agreement. Before I end, I should highlight that we have a lot of very valuable information on the EFTA website. I refer to some of it. I refer to all the decisions are there. But if you want to look at where particular EU law is in this process that I've been talking about, we have an excellent tool called EALX, where you can look at acts and see where they are. So you can see whether they have adopted or where in the process. That's it for me.
Thank you, Peter, for this great step-by-step overview. I'm sure there must be a couple of questions before we head on to the last presentation before the lunch. Actually, there was a question earlier on about how it is to identify the relevance. Oh, did you get an answer to your question?
Well, yes, but if Finnur has something to add about
whether it's actually, I don't know.
Well, I didn't hear the point because I had to be on another meeting, but I'm sure that it was very comprehensive and I don't know anything. So
he asked whether it was number one challenge or difficult to identify, but also would you rather go for more acts or try to tone it down if it's a gray zone?
Well, when it comes to the irrelevance, this is something that the contracting parties in the agreement has to have to find a consensus on. This is the first thing. When we talk about that, it has to be mindful that in the end it's the contracting parties that decide. That means the EFTA states and the EU, and they have to come to an agreement. When it comes to the way that the Secretariat does it work, is that we follow a certain procedure to assess whether it is whether acts are irrelevant. But then, of course, there are people. In most cases, it's quite clear. But then you always have these more challenging acts where there may be a gray zone, and then it's up for the EFTA state to come to a common conclusion on their side. And if then the EU might not agree with that conclusion, there will have to be a dialogue. And in the end, it's the four that have to, the four sides, well, both sides of the rally, that have to come to a conclusion. Either it was very clear or people don't have a clue. I'm open to this. Well,
There was a question about the direct effect of EEA law, and the answer was no. What about the primacy of EU law as compared to the EU law in the United States? Does it have primacy in the EEA states?
No, it does not have supremacy, but there's a protocol to the agreement Protocol 25 that is supposed to address it. So you have a result that should make sure that there shouldn't be a conflict, and if there is a conflict, that the EEA rules should apply. But the principle of primacy itself is not part of the EEA. So there are other ways to achieve this solution, and this is what you can see overall in the EEA agreement. We do not make these principles that the EEA law is underlined, supremacy, direct effect. They're not part of the EEA law, but there are other ways to achieve the same result, because you always have to end at a homogeneity, that is, the same rules will apply across the EEA.
So we have yet only one before lunch. It's a short one, so if you're really hungry, it won't be that long. But just to pick up from what Peter mentioned, because he was referring to this web tool. You find it easily here on the website. It's always on every single page. It's always in the top menu here. You have the EEA web tool, and you also have the EEALX, the tool that we referred to here. to see whether the acts are in the process. And the web tool is really nice. It has this video that we played earlier on. But also in 4 languages, you have the tool that has a lot of additional information in pop-ups. So, but last presentation before lunch is translations and publications, and we have here in the Lipsen, who's a team coordinator in our translation team, and he will tell us both why we publish and then also where you can find these publications. Process.
Thank you. I'm sure you're all hungry, so I'll try to speak fast. So as Wolfgang said, I'm the team coordinator for the translation and publication unit. I will talk a bit about our publications today. And I will also touch upon the information which is available on our website. But first, let me quickly present our unit. The translation publication unit here at the Secretariat consists of 5 staff members, of which 2 are native-speaking Icelandic and Norwegian translators. We are responsible for publishing what is called the EEA supplement to the official journal of the European Union, which is published every Thursday. I assure you today is no exception. We also coordinate publications with third party for publications which need to be published jointly with the EU side. So these third parties include the European Commission's Publications Office, the European External Action Service, the EFTA Court, the EFTA surveillance authorities, as well as the Ministries of Foreign Affairs both from Norway and Iceland. It's, it's quite a lot of coordination there as well. So now I'd like to just briefly touch upon the legal basis of why legal acts and other documents are translated and published. And the basis for our work can be found in Article 129 of the EEA agreement, as you can see here. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you, but in this case, the crucial part is the section about the text of the acts referred to in the annexes being equally authentic in both the EU languages of the official journal and Icelandic and Norwegian in the EEA supplement. So it basically means that texts are considered authentic legally in each language. So therefore it's important to have a proper translation. Also, my colleague Finnur showed you an example of a joint committee decision. And I would like to just draw your attention to one little article in this decision, where it basically, in every joint committee decision, when it's incorporated into the EEA agreement, Article 2 states that the regulation needs to be translated and published, and again, that the translated version is considered authentic. And finally, also the exchange of letters from 1994 mentions that an arrangement should be made with regard to publication of EEA relevant information, where it says that the EFTA states undertake to provide an appropriate infrastructure in order to ensure the timely availability of the necessary translations into the non-EU EFTA languages, and the EFTA states will be responsible for publishing the material for the production of the EEA supplement. So, quick legal basis on why we do what we do. And now let's have a look. Well, I'll show you some facts and figures. So these are the actual number of pages published in the EEA supplement. And as you can see, last year was a record year for us. So the number for 2019, just to give you an idea of what we publish, around 18,000 pages are legal acts in Norwegian and Icelandic. Roughly 900 pages are Icelandic and Norwegian joint committee decisions. And the remaining number of pages consist of notices from the European Commission, as well as text from the EFTA Surveillance Authority, the EFTA Court, and the Standing Committee of the EFTA States. And in total, we published 102 issues of the EEA supplement last year. So that's that. So this is the EEA supplement, this is what it looks like. And it basically contains 3 types of publications. It's a weekly supplement, which is always made up of notices from the European Commission, and it may also contain translated documents from the EEA Joint Committee, the Standing Committee, the EFTA Surveillance Authority, and the EFTA Court. These weekly publications will always include merger notifications from the European Commission, and due to the very short deadlines for third parties to submit their possible observations on the proposed mergers to the Commission, these transfer text, as well as also a few other types of Commission text, need to be translated and published very quickly, basically within 8 days. Text from the EEA Joint Committee, the Standing Committee, the EFTA Surveillance Authority, and the EFTA Court are also joint publications with the European Commission. And at the same day as we publish them in our EEA supplement, they are also published in the official journal of the European Union in all 24 languages. So this is one of the types of publication which then, or types of text which are coordinated with the Commission. The second type of publication will contain only the decisions of the Joint Committee. And they are also published in the official journal in every official EU languages. And we liaise with the European External Action Services and agree on publication dates for that. And both the weekly supplement and the Joint Committee decisions are translated by EFTA's own in-house translators. As opposed to a third type of publication, which are the legal acts, which are adopted in the Joint Committee decisions. And these legal acts are make up the largest body of publications for us. Like I said, 18,000 pages last year. And these legal acts are translated by the translation centers at the Ministries of Foreign Affairs in Norway and Iceland. And the EFTA Secretariat is responsible for publication, and we will do so in agreement with the translation centers. And finally, I just wanted to give a brief look at our website so you can see where you can find our publications. The supplement, I'll try to click on it here. You will find here, basically under relations with the EU, EEA supplement. And as you can see, it is sorted by year and by language. There's also a section of EEA legal text, which I will show you. And here you will find a variety of EEA legal documents, also in like the main agreement available in all languages. But I wanted to just draw your attention to the Joint Committee decisions, which are sort of our own publications. And here you will find every Joint Committee decision made, and they are sorted by language and by year. And as for the Norwegian and Icelandic translations, they will usually be available on the website between 1 and 2 weeks after adaptation. However, until they are officially published in the supplement, they will be watermarked as not yet published or unofficial, I think is the old wording. Finally, there's, like my colleague Finner already said, we have the EEA lex, where you can get more specific information. And yeah, he showed you that already. I just wanted to show you an example. I'll just take a random legal act. So here you can also not only see the fact sheet for the legal act, you can not only see the different stages that my colleague Finner talked about, but you can also see the text in all the EEA languages, as well as a link to the actual Joint Committee decision incorporating it. So yeah, it's quite a useful tool. That's it for me. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jim. Any questions on it? It's pretty easy to find, usually. And yeah, maybe one question.
Thank you so much. Self-work was also now certified translator in Norway. So I have a question regarding the source language you use when you translate into Norwegian. Is it always English or is it fair?
We always use English as the source language because most of the texts, especially the ones here, are adopted in English. That being said, I mean, if there are, for example, text from the Commission on Legal Acts, if the translators are unsure about loading, they may also compare with other translations, for example, German or Scandinavian languages. So as a reference or as a backup.
Okay, maybe to underline this wonderful web tool that we have, because I just showed you very briefly that I mentioned that it is in 4 different languages, and so it's in Icelandic, Norwegian, and German as well. And so it looks like this. It's along, it goes to all the processes, but along the way you can always get more information in contact or in references. So there's a lot of information compiled in a very easily digestible format. So these data set is always on the top menu of our website, regardless of where you are on the website. The next and the left. All right, everybody hungry? Okay, we can serve some lunch, and let's try to resume at 1 o'clock sharp. We have the availability and the reports, and then
Men det ska vara
que después pasamos los Skype con tu podcast. Yo no puedo rato como llegué.
C'est tout, et puis next 45 minutes. Excuse me? Never forget options. I do that now. No, my internet is good actually. We transfer, of course. No, my internet is very good. I'm on LAN, so I'll do that straight away. Okay. And regarding the timing of the hashtags, the timing is good. Duration is a bit too long. Okay, d'accord. I'll change that. No problem. Three seconds. Very good. Okay, no problem. I'm doing it now. You can't imagine what happened yesterday. The rev.com for the first time. You know, I was expecting it to be able to send you as soon as possible, and rev.com screwed up. They fucked up completely, and No, they sent it to me. They even wrote to me. They apologized. They reimbursed my rush order. I mean, it was like really like a big deal, huh? Actually. And but it's okay. We are there now. We have it. So I can download it. Ah, yeah, shit. But I can't go on. Ah. Okay, I'll find a way. I'll find a way. No. It's because I can't log on my Gmail because I'm logged with another Gmail. Excuse me? I can open in Rev, huh? Ah, yeah. You send me the SRT file. I can send it to my. Yeah, okay. Don't worry. I'll find a way. I'll send it to you. I use Chrome. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's fucked up the live stream. I tell you, it's just and the thing is, it's so fragile that I want to be very. I try to be very careful with it. But don't worry, I'll find a way. I always find a way, so there is always a way. Because we're doing a long live stream, and you can't imagine the problems with live streaming. There's always a problem. No, I'm almost finished. But otherwise it's not fun. Huh? Okay, talk to you soon. Cheers.
We are just at the very beginning we are just at the very beginning of the data that we are creating on the planet. Most of the data will come from the industrial part of that, of course, external. Such deployment. No, we are not letting you of the data. Big story. So, the 5G deployment, no, we are not letting Europe. Contrary to what I heard sometime. Yes, we have everything, but of course we welcome everyone as long as everyone now is able to everyone now is able to answer to these requirements made again by the member states. This is a critical infrastructure, and we need to make sure that we share exactly the same view in risk and how to mitigate the risk through this big evolution. We are entering into a post-cloud era. 20% of the data. 20% of the data, the next 5 years, 200 billion that I'm saying, will be localized in data center cloud, and the rest, 80%, on a pervasive way everywhere. And I said to the president, Mrs. von der Leyen, when I joined, it's very good to have an AI strategy, but what is AI about? It is about data. So if we don't have a data strategy, it's difficult to have an AI strategy and start. What is AI about? It is about data. So if we don't have a data strategy, it's difficult to have an AI strategy and start to regulate AI before having a deep thinking of how do we behave with it, getting our own data, and especially the one we will create, and the big wave of the big tsunami I just described. Of course, the Green Deal will play a big role. The Green Deal will play a big role because that's a very, very important ambition that we have at the Commission, of course, and now shared by the Parliament and shared by the member states, and this will change a lot. And this will change a lot, so the way to produce. So this is a vertical approach, but we have a horizontal approach, which is impacting everything end to end on the digital side. My job is to make sure that, okay, we may have missed the first wave personal applications, personal data. My job is to make sure that we will not miss the second one. Which is industrial data.
So I was just checking upstairs and the sound seems to be on.
It's bizarre.
Yeah.
It should not be there because I turned it off.
Ah, okay. It was just 10 minutes ago or something. So
Yes. Let me check. It is on.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah. I just want to let you know. So,
Thank you very much. It's not normal.
No, exactly.
I need to find why it's on.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you so much.
So welcome back. Everybody is refreshed. So we actually divided the program into two main parts. So in the morning we can talk about incorporation, let's say, to the EEA agreement. And so now we're going to different sort of implementation. Very various different ways to cover that, but the first two parts are about the two institutions functions that you have heard here and there this morning, but not in detail. So we would like to do the two, not in order, but actually in order, and then we'll do the questions afterwards together, because there might be some questions that actually related both. So we have from the EFTA Surveillance Authority, we have Kat Houwen, and then all Renzo from the EFTA Court. So Kat, please.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Right. So this is the problem with being super short, is that you always have to readjust the microphone. This is amazing. This is like first class service. Okay, good. So my name is Kat Houwen, and I work at the EFTA Surveillance Authority. They say that there is no such thing as a free lunch, so you're going to be paying for your lunch by learning more about the EFTA Surveillance Authority than you ever wanted to know. I try to keep the tone of this light because the content of the speech is reasonably technical. But if I'm speaking too fast or too slow, or everyone's falling asleep at the back, then please put up your hands and say, Kath, you're speaking too fast or too slow, or everyone around me has fallen asleep. And I will try to do something about that. Okay, so who am I? Well, I work at the EFTA Surveillance Authority. I'm now nearly in up to 8 years working at ESSA. We call ourselves ESSA because it's a bit less imposing than surveillance and authority. So I'll be referring to us as ESSA. I've worked in the legal department as a legal officer, so doing mostly litigation stuff. And then at the end of 2 years, I went over to the Internal Market Affairs Directorate, where I worked as a transport officer for a couple of years, which was really exciting. And my boss at that time was your next speaker, Oliver Heinesen. It was a brilliant boss. And then after 2 years there, I came back up to the legal department to work as the deputy director, which is the post that I've held for the remaining time. Deputy director ends up doing huge amounts of cool institutional stuff, and as such, it's very nice to be your speaker today because I kind of have quite a good overview of the authority, so I'm always super happy to geek out and speak about it to you. Okay, so this morning you learned about the implementation side of things, so how EU law becomes EEA law. This slide is about to become out of date, but it's not quite out of date yet, because you'll notice that there is what I call a lawyer's asterisk on the slide, which is where there's a fact stated, but then there's an asterisk to indicate that it's more complicated than it might appear at first. So we are at the moment sort of between 31 countries and 30 countries, because the UK obviously has left the EU, which also means that it's out of the EEA agreement. agreement area as well. But for the time being, in the transitional period, the UK is being treated as if it were an EU EEA state. So a little bit more complicated. But let's not lose sight of the main point of the enforcement side of things is to create a single market, a common market, an area where things are fair, where you've got a level playing field, and a platform where the same rules are applying to businesses, to citizens, as much as can be, as much as possible. So that's kind of the aim overall of the EEA agreement, is to generate that kind of area. And what I'm explaining to you today is how ESSA plays a part in maintaining that. So this is us. This was on Team Build today. That was a picture of us all in tracksuits because we had just come away from playing some interesting team building games, which I'm sure you've probably come across, and it was lots of fun. Working across the departments, always very interesting, because there are so few of us doing such a huge job. It's really important that everybody works very, very closely together. So this is the EFTA Surveillance Authority in total. Now, if you think back to this slide, which is setting out the scope of the internal market, you can imagine, and you've probably been told this morning, there are zillions of rules, right? There are up to, I think it's about 5,000 pieces of secondary legislation which have been brought across into the EEA area. Out of all of that, on the EU side of the EEA agreement, the monitoring and compliance authority is the Commission. Okay, they have thousands and thousands of people working there. Then you have, on the EEA EFTA side, you have the EFTA Surveillance Authority. We are 70 people, right? So we are doing a very big job with a very small number of people. What that means is that everybody who's working at ESSA tends to be quite specialised. So we tend to be very much people who know what we're doing. We try to recruit really good professionals and people who are very, very interested in the area of law and able to become experts very, very quickly on really complicated matters. So that makes it a really interesting and fun place to work. Little bit of breakdown about the staff. We come from EEA nationalities, which as of the 31st of January means that there will be no more Brits working recruited to the EFTA Surveillance Authority. I am safe, I'm British Belgian. So you may not detect a trace of French accent, but I assure you I am as Belgian as Jean-Claude Van Damme. Out of the 70 or so people that we have working, we have a cohort of about 10 trainees who are brilliant and bring a lot of much needed enthusiasm and energy into the authority. They're all EEA EFTA nationals. Speaking of the EEA EFTA nationals, about half the cohort staff is EEA EFTA national, with the rest being made up of other nationalities. We have, I think, 9 Brits working with us at the moment, all of whom actually now have a second nationality as well. And then out of the EEA EFTA nationals, it's about 2/3 are Norwegians and about 1/3 are Icelanders. And this year we have only one Liechtensteiner working for us, and that's our college member. So we are always looking for Liechtensteiners. If you're a Liechtensteiner and would like to come do a traineeship or think about putting in an application, then that would be amazing. So the staff are quite young. We sort of range from the late 20s through to the early 50s, so we're quite a young staff. And there's a lot of staff turnover as well. Our contracts run for 3 years plus another 3 years, so normally for 6 years, but that means that people stay for about 4.5 years. And that's something which keeps everything fresh, brings in a lot of new expertise because people come knowing new rules, but it also presents challenges because people obviously have to get into the swing of what is from day one quite a full-time job. So, I'm sure you've seen this slide before. You are probably going to see it in every presentation today, sorry about that. But that's kind of because it's really useful. So this is our orientation slide. And as you can see over here, you've got the EFTA Surveillance Authority and the EFTA Court on this side of the tubular structure. So we're only dealing with EFTA matters. And across the way, on the other side of the structure, our kind of parallel institution is the Commission. So the EFTA Surveillance Authority does monitoring and compliance like the Commission does monitoring and compliance. We don't do legislative work, but we do the compliance side of things. And in that respect, we very often talk to the Commission. The legal team has really good contact with the legal service. The two directorates, which I'll come and talk to you about in a second, they have very good connections with the various DGs in the Commission. And what we try to do is where there is a legal issue which is going to affect all of the EEA, so an interpretation issue, for example, then we will normally take contact with the Commission if it's looking complicated, because we want to ensure homogeneity so that this single market can work properly. Okay, so let's give you a bit of an insight into how EFTA is actually, how it functions, how it's set up. Let's start at the top. This is our college. And for all intents and purposes, the college is the authority. So they're the ones who take authority decisions and act on behalf of the authority. Now, like the European commissioners, for those of you who are super skilled in EU law, or for whom EU law is more familiar territory at least, like the commissioners, the college are the ones who make decisions for the authority, and they are appointed by all of the EEA EFTA states. They're nominated by an EEA EFTA state, so we have our president, Bente Hansen, she's nominated by Norway. Frank Buchel is our college member for Liechtenstein, and Høgni Christensen is our college member for Iceland. But when they are appointed to the EFTA college and to the ESSA college, then they will take decisions in a manner that is independent of the member states. So under the Surveillance and Court Agreement, which is our founding document, the EFTA Surveillance Authority acts in a way that is independent of the member states. Now, obviously, for a compliance authority, you might think, well, that's clearly a sensible thing to do. And that's something where our college members are very proud to be acting independently of their member states, even if that means saying things that are not necessarily going to be popular with the member states. So it's something which gives leadership, and also which kind of is part of the compliance philosophy of the EEA agreement, is that in the EEA EFTA pillar, the pillar is what I call a self-policing pillar. So the EEA EFTA states make sure that they stay in compliance with the EEA law themselves. Now, quite often, when I'm doing this introductory seminar, and you might guess that I've done this a couple of times before, quite often I get stopped and asked at this point, yes, but Kath, when do you report to the European Commission? It's a legitimate question, but it's kind of not quite in alignment with this idea of separate pillars. We don't report to the European Commission, is the short answer. So the states are self-policing, and the compliance mechanism consisting of the EFTA Surveillance Authority and the court is something which is member state driven, so EEA EFTA state driven. Okay, I said that I was going to tell you about what's the internal workings of the Surveillance Authority I like, and this is our structure. Now, I like working with maps and I like visual stuff. So this is my first of the big visuals. At the top, we have our college members, and there's a photo just in case you've forgotten who they are from the previous photo. And then there are 4 divisions of the authority. So we have over here, I think I've probably got a full thing. Oh yeah. So over here, we have the 2 what I call substance directorates, and they act like the DGs in the Commission. So they conduct most of the compliance work, most of the on-ground work. They are the ones who are in constant contact with the member states, who are chasing up, sending letters of formal notice, drafting reasoned opinions, things like that, for eventually the college to adopt as actions. Then we have my favourite directorate, obviously, which is the Legal and Executive Affairs Department. And we do a number of things which I'll come to in a minute. Mostly it's legal and executive affairs. So kind of really helpful name, which explains exactly what it is that we do. And then we have the administration, which unless anybody is really fascinated and wants to ask some follow-up questions, I don't propose to touch on today. But it has such brilliant things like the registry and finance and things like that. Although registry is actually just moved to legal, so this slide is a little bit out of date. Okay, so what does that mean in practice? Well, basically, our field of work is the area in which we conduct compliance activities. And it will be not really a huge surprise to you to know that this mirrors what's in the EEA agreement. So in the EEA agreement, you have things like full freedoms, you have secondary legislation ensuring there's the internal market, and then you have things like state aid and competition. So where we go, the boundaries that we can go to is what's in the EEA agreement. Now, where this gets very interesting, for a lawyer's definition of interesting anyway, is that if a piece of secondary legislation hasn't been made part of the annexes to the EEA agreement, even if it's in force in the EU, if it's not in force in the EEA and they're not part of the EEA agreement, then we don't go there, we don't touch it, and we can't ensure compliance with it. Of course, that statement comes with a little lawyer's asterisk as well, because if you've got something big coming, then it would make no sense not to start talking to the member states about it. You know, you put on your seatbelt rather than worry about the car crash, right? So what we want to do as an authority is to try to ensure compliance, okay? We don't want to win court cases. We don't want to end up in situations where we are nagging a member state. What we really want to see is compliance which is done from the beginning, rather than a problem that we're trying to fix at the end and having to go to court. Of course, once we're in court, we do want to win court cases, but we'd rather not go there in the first place. So compliance is something which is ongoing. EU law is constantly evolving. EEA EFTA law is also going to be constantly evolving. And we want to work with the member states in order to actually make sure that they comply in the best way possible. Of course, there's also all sorts of asterisks on this in terms of what the best way possible is when it comes to things like interpretation differences. Then you get into some interesting questions. So this is our field of work. What we don't do is what's outside of the scope of the EEA agreement. Of course, again, there's a little asterisk where basically there are elements of certain things, such as, for example, taxation, which could have an impact in a field that is within the EEA agreement's scope, such as state aid and even competition. So there you can, there we have a sort of a pretty obvious looking boundary as to the EEA agreement's scope and to the scope of our work as well. So let's talk in a little bit more detail about what each of the directorates does. Okay, so we start with the Internal Market Affairs Directorate, and hopefully I'll get all of this right because former boss of the Internal Market Affairs Directorate is sitting right in front of me. The Internal Market Affairs team does three things. So firstly, it monitors implementation. Secondly, it investigates national legislation practice. And then also it carries out inspections. So I'll just talk through each of those three things very quickly. First, implementation of EEA legislation. Well, you'll have learned this morning, for those of you who remember from this morning and aren't overwhelmed and in a post-lunch coma, that what happens is you have EU law, which is implemented into the EEA agreement, and then the member states have to bring that secondary legislation into national law. So if you've got a directive, you have to implement the directive. And if you have a regulation, you have to incorporate regulation into national law as such. You hear what the important thing is to make sure that this framework that's becoming part of EEA law then becomes part of the national law, because that gives everybody a kind of basics and the starting point. Now, in practice, what that actually means is that we, in the Internal Market Directorate, we look at incoming legislation. We get notified when the joint committee decision. Directorate. We look at incoming within a month. If we haven't been notified by the member states that the legislation has been implemented, then we send a reminder letter. If they don't get back to us, then we'll follow that up with what's called a letter of notice, and I'll come on to that in a second. And then after that, you will go further down the kind of infringement procedure, which I'll explain in more detail in 2 seconds. So we monitor what member states have done to bring the EEA law into their national And we publish a kind of naming, we have a naming and shaming kind of policy. So much like the Commission does for directives, where we publish what's known as the Internal Market Scoreboard. So this is a kind of a tracker to see how well member states are doing. Of course, member states really want to get their implementation status to be something good, and they want to eliminate as much as they can the deficits. Now, why do member states sometimes not implement? Well, sometimes it can be an oversight, sometimes it can be that things are taking time at the national level. Quite often, a lot of the legislation, let's face it, is quite complicated, and so things can take time. But sometimes also there can be objections perhaps that should have been raised at the joint committee level. So where a member state has the opportunity to ask for an adaptation text at the incorporation stage, so at the Secretariat stage, then once the legislation has been incorporated without adaptation, then they can't come to us and say, oh, but the legislation should be adapted. They should have asked for that earlier. So when the legislation comes in, the EFTA Payments Authority can't kind of grant exemptions. That's not how it works. So the member states have to then bring that legislation into their national systems. Okay, next thing that the Internal Market Directorate does is that it investigates national legislation practice. And in this, what we have is a whole bunch of different ways of looking at what's going on in the member states. Now, why does it say national legislation and practice? Well, because anybody who's ever worked in compliance or auditing knows that it's all very nice having things on paper, but if they don't translate to the real world, well, there's kind of no point having them on paper, okay? Having things on paper, having things in law, that's the first step. But then after that, you need to make them real. So we look at national practice as well as what it says in the legislation. If we find that there's a discrepancy, then we can do something about that as well. Because this is all about making sure that systems and businesses can actually enjoy the benefits of the single market. So if you've got the law which says one thing and practice or administrative practice or court decisions that say another thing, then you're not going to be able to actually exercise your rights, which is kind of so how do we investigate? There's kind of three things that trigger the EFTA Payments Authority looking into a matter. The first, which is our most common way, is complaint. And we get something in the region of 50 to 70 complaints a year. Last year was a little bit exceptional because we had the NARC scandal, so we got a lot of complaints from that. And what you can do is if you think that your rights have been infringed, as a company or as a person, interested party, politician, journalist, you can write us an email with a complaint form having been filled in where you say, okay, this is what I think is happening. Here is the, I think that this is unfair, or I think that there might be a breach of my EEA rights, and please can you investigate? So what happens is that comes into our registry and then it's sent on to the right case handler very quickly in the Internal Market Affairs Directorate, and they start looking into the matter as a member. So we quite often get complaints. The second thing, the second way that we can start investigating is that we look into potential problems with national legislation. Now, what happens when we have a member state notify us that a piece of secondary legislation has been incorporated into their national legal order is they send us what we call a Form 1. I don't know why it's called Form 1. I guess it was the first form that we created back in 1994. Honestly, probably it's got a brilliant historical overview of all of this. So we have a Form 1, which the member state fills in and says, yep, we've incorporated this regulation into our legal order. Look, here's the legal text of our national law. And at that point, we can look at it and go, hang on a sec, the fourth part of this regulation, that's missing in the national law. Okay, let's open up an investigation on that. We can also read things in the media, for example. We can end up looking into matters because of media interest, or sometimes quite often the media has picked up on something that's kind of a problem, but they see it as a national problem and they haven't picked up the EEA angle on it. So sometimes we can kind of come in and start investigating something because we can spot the EEA angle, which might not necessarily be apparent to a normal journalist, or indeed kind of a normal person. I guess most people don't carry around a copy of the EEA agreement in their suitcase. I don't either. But a number of people might think, okay, my rights are being infringed, but it might not have anything to do with EEA law. And this is certainly something which is quite important, that there is this conception that EEA law is something that comes into play when you cross a border. Okay, so everybody knows, oh yes, EEA law. That's that affects my aunt who goes travelling to Sweden for work every day, or I went on holiday and the phone company charged me a bunch of roaming. All of that, but a lot of people don't realise that things like consumer rights and social rights and environmental rights can also have a basis in EEA law as well. So sometimes we can spot things which normally wouldn't be apparent. So there we do our own investigations as well. We try to keep as close an eye on things in the Member States as we possibly can. We talk to a lot of people, talk to a lot of ministries, and sometimes the ministries come to us and say, look, there's this very complicated piece of legislation coming up, we're not really sure how to go about it, or what scope the derogation clause in the directive might give us. Can you give us a hand? Can you give us some advice? And then we're always happy to talk to people in the ministries about it. Like I said earlier, the best way to deal with the problem is to not have that problem arise. So anyway, that's the kind of ideal, is to not have problems arising, but when we do spot a problem, then we have a formal investigation procedure. I think the slides for this will be published, so you can't quite see the 0.5 size font. Then I can send that to you. I need to have it on the Secretariat's website. So the first stage. So the first stage in the formal investigation procedure is that we send a letter of formal notice. Actually, that's not the first stage. The first stage is that we talk with the member states. So we say, this is a problem, or we think it might be a problem, can you give us some more information? So we send out requests for information. If we're not satisfied with the answers, and we think that there could be a problem, then we send a letter of formal notice setting out what we think the problem is. Then the member state replies to it. Very often the replies are quite technical, very detailed, really useful. But if we still think there's a problem, then we go to a reasonable. Those of you who are familiar with the commission process, it's the same thing. The commission does the same stages. And then if we still can't resolve the problem, then we go to the EFTA court. Now, when we find that there's a problem, quite often there is a simple disagreement as to interpretation of a particular legal provision. So Norway says we're allowed to do this under the directive, and we say no, we're not. Or Iceland says, well, we don't need to implement this part of the regulation, we say yes, you do. So there we have the court as a way of making sure there's enforcement in order to bring a member state to comply with its obligations. But also we have the EFTA court as a way of clarifying legal points. So we say this means one thing, and the member state says it means another, then it's over to the EFTA court to make it into effect. But Oliver's going to cover all that in this. Okay, other thing that, just wrapping up on internal market affairs, the other thing that internal market affairs do is that they do and this is in areas where it is super important that the situation on the ground really, really reflects the EEA law on this. So what we do is we find ourselves looking over fish tanks. This is a real photo from a real inspection. And then we find ourselves at 4 a.m. On the runway in Keflavik Airport with the wind blowing at 50 meters a second straight into the hoods that we're wearing. And trying to wait for a landing plane that's coming from a third country so we can do a spot inspection of it. This photo is a stock photo. It is definitely not a real photo. There, in my experience of transport inspections, usually you need to add sort of horizontal rain and grumpy-looking passengers who are wondering why they're being met by people with busy vests. So that's all quite fun. But the point is that these two areas are the areas where people's safety is actually at stake. So, you know, if you don't have proper transport security, people can die. If you don't have proper food safety, people can also die. So it is extremely important that you have a third layer. Not only is the legislation right, but also is the legislation actually happening in practice? And then, okay, let's go and look at it on the ground. And the Entertainment Authority does that all the way down to very looking at something in the airport, looking at something in a seaport, looking at consignment of chickens that's just come in, looking at what's happening in the restaurant, spot checks. And with that, we work together with the national authorities. So we work with the Civil Aviation Authority, we work with the Maritime Safety Authorities, we work with the agencies, the transport agencies, to make sure that there's level management, legislation is being implemented right down to ground level. And we make sure that we work with the DG range, and make sure that the food safety agencies in the member states are also doing their job. So it's very much part of the chain in national level to make sure that there's a good enforcement of the EEA rules. Okay, so that's internal market, and I've kind of used the internal market directorate to give an example of how we work. So I will skim quite quickly through the competition and state aid directorate. Now, in state aid, obviously we monitor state aid as well, in the same way that the Commission does. And state aid articles are set out in the agreement. They're much the same as is in the review side. The point of state aid provisions is that in principle you shouldn't grant to state aid because it distorts the market. But there are, of course, some very obvious, big, notable exceptions which we then have a look at and apply technically. Again, in much the same way as the Commission works, we have a notification process and we have an investigation process, so that the member state can come to us and say, yeah, we'd like to do this, can we? And also somebody can complain to us and to say, yes, this company is receiving illegal state aid, we'd like to do something about it. And we have quite wide powers in this area, which includes ordering member states to cover the state aid granted. So our powers can be really independent in this area. For competition, much the same. We enforce EEA competition rules. Again, the competition rules will be much like the EU competition rules. In particular, we deal with cases which are about agreements between undertakings and users of dominant position. Our, I think, biggest case at the moment is the Tylenol case, which is on an ongoing case. Yeah, basically we process this more or less like DG Comp processes, only with slightly fewer people than DG Comp has. And we quite often work in parallel or we talk to DG Comp in the carrying out of this sort of investigation. And again, we can have quite serious powers in this area, including the provision for fining countries who breach the competition regulations. So that is the two substance directives. Now a few words on my own department, which is Legal and Executive Affairs. I did promise you earlier that I would go into great detail about this. So basically we do kind of four big things. Firstly, the LEA, Legal and Executive Affairs, does legal review. So our legal officers, before anything is sent out by the college, it comes through legal and is checked by the legal officers. So we act in that way like the Service Review Commission, legal service. We also provide executive support to the college. So in particular, we help with kind of external relations, so if they have a speech, or if they want to go and talk to member states, then it's the Legal Executive Affairs team that supports them there. And we also give them an analysis of what's going on in the wider world, so that we can make policy decisions based on that, together with the directorates. You know, also, is the Commission prioritising this? Should we be prioritising this? Are our member states prioritising this? And then the kind of the broader political themes. For example, over the last year and a half, we've had a real focus on human rights. We've actually had our first court case at the Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg, which was very interesting. And we've also been intervening in the Polish judges' criminal at the Court of Justice on making effectively the contention that in order to have a fully functioning internal market, you have to have good rule of law in the courts in the member states. So in terms of policy areas, this is the sort of policy question that kind of comes up because a position that EFTA's authority holds to the EEA. Another thing that the Middle Executive Affairs team do is they do communications. They do internal communications in the House, but also wider world communications. So we talk to the media, we talk to the press, we talk to bloggers, we talk to journalists who bring us up and ask us interesting questions about a particular case that they've heard of. When the NAV scandal hit, we were really working 24/7 because there was a lot of media interest there. But normally we will be fielding a fair number of calls per day asking questions about what it is that we're doing. So because we're quite visible. And then finally, my favourite stuff, which is the litigation, court work, litigating cases in the various courts. Now our principal court, and I don't want to tread on Oliver's toes too much, but our principal court is the EFTA court. And there are three types of cases in the EFTA court. There's interpretation of EEA rules through advisory opinions, and then there's two types of direct action. So there's where we are suing a member state, saying, well, you haven't fulfilled your obligations under the EEA agreement. And then there's my least favourite kind of case, which is where people are trying to sue us and get our decisions annulled. So those type of cases at the EFTA court really make up about 90% of our court work. Then there are some other courts that we're quite active in. We make submissions in preliminary references at the Court of Justice in the European Union. We intervene in case of court against the Commission at the General Court. We've done a case which was against Norway that concerned the EEA legal order in the Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg. And we also submit amicus briefs in the national courts, so where the national court might need a hand with its interpretation of the EEA law, we can submit an amicus brief. Eventually, that kind of case might then get referred to the EFTA court for an advisory opinion as well, and then we will participate as any other party would at the so yeah, we do lots of fun court work. So that's kind of a whistle-stop tour, more or less, of the EFTA Surveillance Authority. I hope that I've provided you with a good insight into what the work is and what the point is. And I look forward to receiving any exciting questions, but after Oliver talks, and then we'll both answer questions. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Kath. And as we said, we have the report out the way, and so here we have the order. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, I've sort of been introduced by Kath, but I will say who I am briefly. My name is Oliver Renneberg, and I'm the registrar of the EFTA Court. Now known, previous life, I've been at the EFTA in various roles, including the director of the Internal Affairs Directorate. I'm not going to, I suppose this is a presentation to a copy, so it's going to be somewhat different. But it builds nicely upon what Kath has just been saying, because yeah, some of these processes may enter the court, and I'm also I will explain that into a little bit more detail, how the process further down the road works, and also the opinions. I will discuss a few important cases and of the court, and then I will turn to a topic which generally is of interest when I do these introductory presentations, how we interact with the EU court, or the primary the court of justice, because we have to keep in mind, as we said, the EFTA pillar is a separate pillar, independent of the EU pillar, but we are supposed to maintain a homogeneous economic area. And I don't think I have the slide. I don't have the slide that said would give everything. I usually have. I just took it out before I sent it. Before I sort of turned to the legal framework of the court and the types of cases and all that, I have just one slide about the nature of the EEA with the certain key aspects. Kat has also mentioned this before, but I think if you want to describe the EEA agreement in one word, what is the most important word in the context of EEA law, omitting which you could sort of roughly translate should be the same rules apply in both pillars, and they should be interpreted in the same manner. The EEA agreement is a peculiar beast. It's a hybrid in many ways. I have labeled it here, maybe not very scientifically, but I think it's still a rather apt description. I've called it an agreement of public international law with a twist. And this is Erla Maria Sveinbjörnsdóttir, it's what I believe I think is the most important case of the EFTA Code in its 25 years. I will refer to it, and I usually say if you read one case about EEA law, read Sveinbjörnsdóttir. If you read two, also read Oscar. And I will return to these cases a little bit. So the EEA agreement doesn't transfer sovereignty in the same sense as the EU does. This is a very interesting topic, but given the about half an hour, I'm going to leave that thought with you. But this sort of, there is legislative, we've gone through the decision-making procedure and the incorporation this morning, and supranational decision-making is rare, although, as was mentioned, in the legal competition exists. So, I think if there is one takeaway from this, that the forward view. Article 108 of the EEA agreement is the key article for both the surveillance program and the court, because that article provides for the complete creation of the EFTA states to separate these two institutions, which they build with the surveillance report, which is an instrument of only the EFTA states, but as I will explain, is to a large extent modeled on EU, but it is not part of EU law, strictly speaking, because this is an instrument only between EFTA states. So this provides for the establishment of the authority and the court and fleshes out their competence. So it is of great importance. There is a sort of a historical curiosity that originally there was supposed to be an EFTA surveillance authority and an EEA court. So there was supposed to be an EEA court of justice and an EEA court of justice and these two courts were to sit with judges from the EFTA states along with judges from the Court of Justice and the Court of First Instance. This version of the dispute settlement mechanism was struck down by the Court of Justice just before Christmas 1991. So the negotiators having everything and they thought delivered, but not quite. So they had to scramble, and that led to the EFTA court being created. And then of course there were more problems because the Swiss said no, so the EFTA court and large part of the US had to be moved. So Protocol 5 of the SCA is the statute of the court, and the court has its procedure, which are by and large modeled on the model of the Court of Justice and the General Court. Because if we are thinking of the EU, the court is both giving the ruling for advisory opinion, as it is in the EEA, and also acts as an administrative court when it comes to action for annulment of ESA decision, which stand in the EU legal order by the General Court. The EFTA Court is not a big organization by any threats. There are 3 judges, so obviously the EFTA court always sits as a full court. It's not divided into chambers of 1, which I think everyone is rather self-evident that the court sits as a full court. And you have this nice picture of a recent hearing in our courtroom on that slide. So the structure is relatively simple. There is a cabinet first. Yeah, the judges, they want one of their own as president for a period of 3 years. There is a cabinet, which is the judge and his legal secretary and 1 assistant, and the registry, which is responsible for procedure, administration, and just some other stuff. So we got this staff of 20, which is not that much. And I think we're the only international court seated in a state which is not party to that court. I once got the question from visiting, from judges that were visiting ECJ and on the avenue to visit the EFTA court as well. Why is the EFTA court in Luxembourg? And that's actually a good question, but the reason is because the Court of Justice is in Luxembourg. And 1996 is, many of you, a long time ago. You think there was no internet. So the court had to have access to a library of books. The court has a very simple language. Everything, the pleadings, the written pleadings, and the oral pleadings are in English. With some slight twist that if in the advisory opinions, if you are a lawyer representing a country in the national court, you may lead in simply case. If you are, let's say, a non-teaching lawyer working for business, you cannot request that the entire action lose into your So it's very, there's hardly any interpretation problem. And it's quite rare it happens that national lawyers request to plead in like a German or Norwegian, but it's quite rare. Actually. So, but the judgments are rendered always in English, they're drafted in English, often translated to and they are rendered in direct action. I will explain this. You already got the flavor of it, but I will go into detail. They're rendered only in English, but in the advisory opinion, they are rendered in English and the language. And yeah, cases take on average from 8 to 12 months. The direct actions take a little bit longer because they have more steps and then the is the final arbiter, unlike in the preliminary hearings. The opinions where it's just in really which will then be used by national court in this final determination. This you have already mentioned this. I label here direct action, 2 types of cases, infringement action, and challenges against decisions. They are different, but they have common that here the EFTA court moves in a case and gives judgment and then after any national decision. Yes, there is always party in these cases, but always one asterisk to be precise, but I'll come to that. So either it's initiated by ESO, and this is the Article 31 is the legal basis for all this investigation of national law practice. All that has a basis at the end, Article 31 of the agreement, and can enter in the only a minority of those cases do. There is maybe on average 1, 2 a year, with again there's an aspect I will come back to about the implementation, but this is nevertheless a very important tool for the US authority, and then of course that's There is a theoretical, and I think I should stress the word theoretical, that an EFTA state would sue another EFTA state in front of it. This has never happened. I'm not going to take my neck out and say, I think it will never happen. This hadn't happened for decades at the ECJ. This is more on what is now 259. But Austria sued Germany over road tolls a few years ago, and 2 weeks ago we handed down the judgment in the case of Slovenia versus Croatia on a border dispute. But as you see, I mean, if you know this because European University, the likelihood of Norway and Liechtenstein landing in a border dispute is somewhat slim. Iceland and Norway argue from time to time, but then that's about fishing quotas, so that's outside the scope. So you have to put this question to their jurisdiction of those cases. Then we have past least favorite cases, challenges against ESA's decision. They happen. They are, I'll tell you that these are ESA failure to act. I think it's been 1 or 2 cases in the last 25 years. Liability of ESA is both of these have an EU law counterpart. I think there's been 2 cases on failure to act in 25 years and 1 liability. So I think that, unless someone is dying to know more about that. Then a few. This is 258 of the treaty, which is the basis of the Commission's similar enforcement power. However, the EEA, as I'm sure you've heard this morning, is mostly based on the treaty as it was pre-Maastricht. So 260, that provision and the filing mechanism, the period of the penalties, the both non-compliant judgment, and late transposition of directives. That came in then, so that has no corresponding, so ESA cannot, as the expert, impose fines on states if they have made in transposing. That would have had disastrous consequences for Iceland. If you remember the strike with the implementation deficit for Iceland was there. So that is, and I say many cases, both indeed, I think it's sort of roughly third of the cases in the history against the court. Many of them are not contested. That particular Iceland was late with functions with directives and regulatory directives, and then ESA brings the state to court. There is really no dispute. The court hands down a just of recognition that Iceland was late in directives. But still, it's important disciplinary effect to be taken to court. And then, of course, the judgment is binding, so even if it cannot, ESA cannot find, ESA can and has statutory brought a subsequent action, and then the breach has changed from failure to implement or enforce particular provision to a failure to comply with its obligation to honor the judgment of the I don't think the states like that. That doesn't look good to fail to comply with obligation. 36, and again that's the least favorite cases. That is still an important provision. That's 263 of the treaty, and there, of course, there's been lots of judgment on the standard of private applicant should be loosened and all that. We are mostly free of that problematic issue in the pillar, although we have state aid decisions which have quite complicated standard rules. Again, is something I don't intend to discuss, but these cases where ESA is challenged is almost exclusively state aid cases. There's been 1 competition case and several access to document cases, but they are very special, all brought by 1 and the same lawyer. And publicly, I say nothing about it. Then we have the advisory opinion cases. And this is modeled on the 267 preliminary ruling procedure in in the EU, and this is because the most important, most of the major cases in the law, which is not also the case in EU law, have been brought through this mechanism. And that sort of is what makes this apart from any international law agreements that they can be brought by individuals who are taken in the States than the national court brings it to Luxembourg. So this is any court of tribunal in an EFTA state and plus state. This is and it's up to the national court to decide independently of party because the party can and do have input, but it's the national court that is within the democracy of the EFTA court. And that's up to the court to decide when it is appropriate. That depends on the law complicated. For example, if the case is very heavy on the fact, then sometimes it would make sense that it's referred at the stage of the appellate court when the facts have been clarified in the lower instance, but that's this is an advisory thing. And I say here, always with its feedback. What do I mean? And if you look at my second bullet point, advisory opinions are not preliminary. That's true. And why are these advisory opinions? Because one of the sticking issues during the EEA negotiations was that the states did not want to transfer formally sovereignty to the institutions. Just alluded to the beginning. So these are advisory opinions as a matter of law, not preliminary. But all the Supreme Courts of all the states have said they about the great issues of persuasive force and it requires a law will be deviated from, which leads to my somewhat provocative question, does this matter in practice? Ideally, I would like to say, and perhaps absolutely. And I can do that sort of almost. There is again, the phrase of that, there is not. This is my fourth bullet point on this slide, that there are instances where this has mattered. For example, unfortunately, I don't have a more detailed presentation, especially this motion leaning against the royal treatment of my thinking into the threshold for liability in procurement cases, but I will skip that. But to take, I think if anyone is interested in this, I think these cases are worth exploring, and this SPF I mentioned very briefly. This case was sort of came following the very controversial Viking life in Laval justice. The EFTA court on the request from appellate court in Norway on several issues regarding one of them was what is the concept of A in the deadline. The EFTA court said this and that, and then that case went to the Norwegian Supreme Court, which on this point openly disagreed with how the EFTA court interpreted this. So it was a good situation. And not surprisingly, a little bit later, the Norwegian Employees Association complained to SFF, look, here is a bit of a complaint. As a result of the Supreme Court's judgment, Norwegian law is wrong on this point of concept. They is not reflecting EEA law as it's properly written. This led ESA to carry out an investigation, like you could see, which at the time resulted in a letter from a notice being sent to Norway, saying by maintaining enforced legislation so and so, Norway has reached status 313. So this then, lot of back and forth, led to the Norwegian government aligning this definition to a proper understanding. So the fact that it wasn't followed led to action by ESA, but that action appears slightly differently in the ethical due to the nature of the advice. if these similar instances have happened on the EU side, for example, France was taken all the way to the Court of Justice a year and a half ago due to taxation and the compliance of those rules with the right of establishment, and that the Conseil d'État had not referred to the Court of Justice. So France reached the failure to refer as the to EU law and the substantive case. Whereas EFTA took, in this case, only the substantive case, not the failure to comply, which would have arisen in the new context. So, and that sort of leads me to this. There is a difference in that there is no obligation as exists in EU law on courts of last instance, but however, as we sort of to say that national courts are completely free to do what they want to is also too simplistic. They have a duty of loyalty under Article 3 of the EEA agreement to try to give a correct interpretation, and then if they're in doubt, it would be ideal to seek the advice of the EFTA court, and then, as we see, if they deviate and that is wrong, then of course the Secretariat can act. Here we have probably quite a complicated area in and the factor, so we're happy to go into more detail on this later. I said at the beginning I would refer to my favorite judgment of the ethical, I think it's the most important one. As I'm sure those who have studied EU law know, that there is no state liability according to the text of the treaties, but in the early 90s, the Frackovitz case established that kind of liability as well. EU law. This actually coincided more or less with the final stages of the negotiations of the EEA agreement. So I think it was inevitable that the question would arise sooner rather than later. Would the same type of liability also be applicable to the EEA? And indeed, and interestingly enough, it arose on the very same directive as was Frackovitz, as it was the subject of the Frackovitz case, the protection of employees in the event of the insolvency of the employer. And there, Ms. Wendelfeld was employed by her brother, who was running a little garage or something, and he went bust, and the Icelandic fund, wage guarantee fund, refused to pay her because it had a rule which excluded close relatives of the owner of the fund. And the question, and the district of the Reykjavik asked the ethical, A, is that exclusion in line with directive? And B, if it isn't, is the Icelandic state liable vis-a-vis the strength of the damage she incurred? And the court answered in the affirmative on both occasions. Yes, that was breach of the directive. This in and of itself is not a groundbreaking conclusion. But the other one was certainly a groundbreaking conclusion. And here I've just taken out one paragraph, but I say the judgment will bears reading. So the EFTA court said, yes, the EEA agreement is an international treaty sui generis. The phrase that they're lawyer drafted. You can't say an international treaty of its own nature or something like this. And it has a distinct legal also. It's not a customs union, but as an absolute area. Certainly from the right academic activities, but it's something more than just a free trade. This is less than the EC treaty, than was, but it's certainly more than propaganda. This is sort of, then of course there are more, much more detailed reasoning on the existence of state liability. Of course, also one major reason for the existence of state liability in EEA law is what I refer to as being the cardinal, the most important concept in EEA law, homogeneity. So by this, we have the concept we are here or less the same. So I think this was indirectly supported by the Court of Justice in a case called Rechtswerker, where they made a note of this case. And then I think it was a building block in Oslo, which is handed down a few years later, is the full court of the ECJ dealing with the fascinating topic of real estate transactions in Austria and Liechtenstein. But it made for, I think this judgment shows that the EEA succeeded because the Court of Justice recognizes that the EEA is within its scope of extension of the internal market, sets it apart from any other association agreement the EU has. So these two judgments are absolutely crucial. Then you may ask why this case is not so well known, but I have it why do I put it as a milestone? Good question. I think it is a case that highlights well the sort of complications that can arise in maintaining homogeneous interpretation of the same rule that are the same, but maybe some pieces of the jigsaw are missing. This case arose following a string of cases in the Court of Justice about whether and to what extent there was immunity for collective agreement from the scope of the And NRO is the biggest, Norwegian here, know that that's the biggest trade union in Norway and quite a powerful player in Norwegian public life. This was a case that pitted NRO against several Norwegian municipalities, and it was to do with whether these collective agreements were called by the scope of the competition rules. This was, for the most part, not within the corresponding article of the TSU, and the question is, were there sufficient building blocks in the EEA to mirror that conclusion? And yes, the EFTA Court relying entirely on the importance of the social partners and the social dimensions as expressed in the recital, concluded that you could define the scope of the EEA in a similar manner as was done by the Court of Justice. I don't think I'll read this, but you have a slide, and I think it's the point I'm making is really that sometimes it can be tricky to maintain homogeneity, but both the board and the Spanish authority strive to do their utmost to maintain that, because that really is the leitmotif in the heart and soul of the agreement. Then there's a case that certainly kept the communication part of ESA quite busy. I call it here, I label it ISED, which of course is not its proper title. The case is Authority versus Iceland. So ISED is in that sense a misnomer, but it stems from these so-called ISED accounts, which were high interest accounts that one of the failed Icelandic Landsbanki had in the UK and in the Netherlands, and marketed it quite aggressively and attracted 400,000 savers. And then when the Icelandic banking crisis came in October 2008, Landsbanki went bust, and these accounts had importantly been operated via branches, not subsidiaries. So they were the responsibility of the Icelandic guarantee fund. The total deposits in these were sort of roughly about 1 year of GDP for Iceland. So the stakes were considerably high. I think even if you look on the EU side, I think you would struggle to find an infringement case of similar involvement in court. So the question facing the court Was Iceland under an obligation to ensure the minimum payment, which is 20,887 euros for each of these sailors? So that was a complicated question, and the EFTA court considered that there was no such obligation. It's a complicated issue, and I just in very few bullets sort of summarize the main reasoning, which is that the directive was an obligation to have a scheme of guaranteed payment in all cases. Of course, what made this special is that we had 97% of the banking system disappearing in 4 days. It has never happened, and hopefully will never happen again to any civilized state. It's individual institution of the collapse of the entire system. Burden shouldn't be too onerous, and legislative history indicated not being like this. Of course, the directive was perhaps deliberately ambiguous about the scope of the state's responsibility, because it tries to strike a balance between being too tough and still being credible. This case is the only case where the Commission has not only submitted written observations, like because the EFTA court, but actually intervened in support of ESA, but still the ruling was accepted. So it is often taken as a sign of the importance of accredited EFTA pillar for the EFTA states. And I think that those in Iceland who criticize ESA for ESA lost, lost within Spitzberg, and so ESA obviously did something wrong by bringing it. I think that represents a fundamental misunderstanding of the dispute resolution mechanism. This was not a football match. This is not like when Iceland won the UK on the 21st of June 2016 at the Euro. This would never have been resolved if ESA hadn't had the courage to take the case. So obviously, ESA played the key part in bringing this. Then the court definitively ruled on it. You can agree whether that's correct or not, but it's definitive, and that was the end of the story. Then a few words about the EFTA court and the EU court. So, yes, a court, not only the EFTA court, there is a provision that states that the EEA agreement is being interpreted in conformity with relevant case law of the ECJ. There is a difference made between case law prior and after 2nd of May 1992, which is the date of the signature of the EEA agreement. In practical terms, this distinction hasn't left any part of it. Operating with that would, inherent homogeneity, I think would be the right way of saying it, but there is informal terms of distinction, but the EFTA court has not operated with it, and neither has, and there is also case law to go through all the Supreme Courts in the EFTA states to that effect. What does this mean in practice? That if you have a provision, be it on the fundamental freedom, be it in secondary legislation, which is identical pillar, the starting point is the same. There are, of course, differences. I take you 2 examples from the EFTA court case for that, maybe 1 or 2 more, but it's very. So, how is this raised? This is preliminary reference from Liechtenstein on some residence requirements, and the Liechtenstein government maintained that the concept of public policy had to be given a broader interpretation, given that the EEA agreement was something less than the This was rejected, and here comes the Yet the court recognizes that there are differences in purpose and scope that may, in specific circumstances, lead to deviate from the interpretation. But if there are no such circumstances, homogeneity should prevail. So we given the same interpretation, if the court of justice has interpreted the fundamental principles in order to say that this requiring board member to be resident in a member state, and that is not a justified restriction, yes, the court will follow suit unless it can be convinced that there is some very specific EEA law reasons deviating. That threshold is high. This is not something the EFTA Court is alone in doing. The Court of Justice has done very much the same in the cases where it is engaging with the EEA, which is slightly different wording, identical in substance, treated uniformly. So, if it says the same, it should mean the same. That's the point. However, this isn't a lot more complicated than, like, as I said, like I have to say, we go and meet the commission. That's true, but sometimes the commission doesn't really know what to think. And that's one thing. And it's not it's not always easy. So this happens both if at ESA and at court there is an issue of law which is unresolved by ESA can, of course, if it has a case like this, decide to do nothing, and probably no one will be the wiser. But the EFTA Court, if it has a case, it has to be full. So you cannot say, we're not sure about whether the Court of Justice will say A or B, come back in 5 years. That's not really possible. So there is the issue that this has to be ruled. This thankfully is not a big problem, but it still is one worthwhile understanding how to deal with. The trademark directive, which is part of the EEA agreement, there was a question in the late 90s. Does the trademark directive provide for international enforcement of trademark rights or EEA rights? This question first came to the EFTA Court in 1997. The EFTA Court said we have international. A year later, the very same question and the interpretation of the same provision came to the Court of Justice and said, we have EEA rights. A few years later, a district court in Oslo confessed itself to be rather confused by this state of affairs, rightly so, I think, and asked the EFTA Court what are we to do. And the EFTA Court said, this is rather complicated. And said, well, he was just citing a few authorities in the SCA and that said it didn't really address this. That is true. However, and it said the consequences for the internal market are the same in that situation I just described, where the ECJ had ruled on the first and the EFTA Court were subsequently controlled. So, this calls for an interpretation of EEA law in line with the new case law, regardless of where the EFTA Court has previously ruled. So the EFTA Court said essentially homogeneity is the main purpose of what we are doing here. So if we have ruled and there is a subsequent case in the ECJ which rules differently, we will align our case law to that of the ECJ, except, here I come again, to the differences in scope and purpose. If there are differences in scope and purpose, it is justified that we have a different conclusion. That conclusion will be maintained, otherwise we will align. And indeed, in this case, we have to examine first when the absence of common commercial policy and other issues, and the third country issue, justified different conclusions like the EEA law, and found out, amongst others, with reference to that the rules of origin, the general rules of origin are not applicable when it comes to IP rights, quite complicated and technical, that So we align and it's EEA-wide across the board. This, of course, has attracted a lot of attention, and some say this is the EFTA court giving in to the court. I think that's a misunderstanding of the role of the EFTA court and the nature of the agreement. This is not a competition with the court of justice. The EFTA court is under obligation to use the same interpretation. So, and to serve the point of view. So, of course, that it aligns itself with the court of justice if there are no specific issues of EEA law present, is not a deepening the same status, but a logical conclusion of its role under the agreement. That's at least my take on it. The EFTA court is often cited by both the ECJ and in particular the Attorney Generals. They are more discursive and go into greater detail. I very much like how Attorney General Secretariat labeled this. In this case here, C312, Unique Judicial Dialogue. And there we had the situation in reverse, so to say, that the EFTA court had a case in Secretariat, which was handed down in 2008 on the question of whether non-pecuniary damages are mandatory under the Motor Vehicle Directive. So the state which doesn't have that type of damages under its national law available, is it a breach of the directive? The EFTA court said yes. And that there was no case law on that type of damages. And then in these cases, and that question popped up in the Court of Justice, and the side in this case here, the conclusion was the same. I think I just take I think this is still sort of my favorite example of the EFTA court being cited by the Court of Justice, and also sort of is a very good example of that following the case law of the Court of Justice, that it's just easy, because here, the course in principle was sort of at least in the early 2000s, we did a lot back then. Discourse about it in the 90s, and the case, as I had this infringement case against Norway, and the legal authority for the ECJ was a case called Santos, which in the early 80s and was actually outdated. So the EFTA court decided to take the next step in the application of both the principle and in subsequent infringement cases on similar issues against Denmark and the Netherlands. The Court of Justice was very much on the same line, and it refers in some detail to this case. So I think then there are some other examples here. There's more, but I also maybe say that it's sometimes the EFTA court does something a little bit different, and that is, of course, within its mandate and in line with the agreement here, because the EFTA court, of course, has only been in existence for 25 years and has a total caseload of 350 cases, whereas the Court of Justice has somewhat longer history and a few more cases. This is the only case where an EFTA decision competition has been challenged in front of the EFTA court, and of course, one of the evergreens of competition law is the standard of review by the court. This has been debated and discussed whether it's compatible with the Article 6 of the Human Rights Convention. Yeah, for longer than I can care to remember. And it's interestingly, it was an interesting anecdote that this case was heard by the EFTA court in the autumn of 2011. A few days earlier, the Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg had handed down a seminal judgment in Menarini on compliance with competition law procedure with Article 6 and standard of review and all that. Now, the EFTA court said, in my mind quite correctly, that EFTA has no margin of discretion. We don't believe that it's inherent in EFTA as competition authority in this respect, and yet the Court of Justice, I'm sure you know, uses a manifest error assessment. So here you can is there a conflict with the case? Actually, not really. If you look at, and then I took this case in front of them, there's certainly others. how the management errors assessment standard is applied. Sometimes you have a case of the general report. The question is, did the Commission commit the management errors assessment by the following? Then 50 paragraphs later, we have examined it briefly and found out there is no management errors. So it just, here I have to say, it is easier when you are dealing with this for the first time with the benefit of an NRE case, rather if you have your own package of hundreds of cases starting with 60. But it actually shows that it may be a different, but still you have to look on the labels. I think I will stop here, and then we are of course probably happy to take questions.
We are a few minutes behind. If you are really thirsty for coffee, but you can have a couple of questions of course.
Thank you, and thank you for very interesting presentations. Thank you very much. I was thinking, is there not a conflict with the principle of predictability if the advisory opinions of the EFTA court can be overruled by the ECJ? For the private actor, I mean, how would you make
overruled? I wouldn't use the word overruled. Because I think that the ECJ sometimes alters its own case. And this, of course, I think let's just say, take the L'Oréal example. Of course, the EFTA court ruled on L'Oréal in 2008. Everything that had happened was really that if someone had acted in good faith based on backlog, with no record, no matter whether then in both cases were no whether no reason law would be amended, but then that happens with the view on future.
Yeah, I was just thinking because I guess in some cases at least the advisory opinions come from private actors challenging the EEA articles, for example. And then if you have a ruling, even though it's apparently not binding, I'm sure you would align your affairs and businesses thereafter, and then as then part of, say if you're an Norwegian private actor, maybe you don't look at the ECJ rulings as much as you would.
Yeah, but I think honestly, I've had this type of question before, yes. And I don't think, let's just take an example that which is one I like to explain this. Let's say that there is an advisory opinion on the compatibility of provisional tax law with one country. The EFTA court says it's incompatible. The state would have to take necessary measures, amend the law, pay back in case of national law, the loans who have overpaid, so on. Then, some years down the line, it actually turns out that this is not correct interpretation. Tax laws can be difficult to complexity that it's easy to compare and to show that. Then, of course, the state cannot say, we complied wrongly with the EFTA court, and now we pay back all the money we paid. They would be prevented from doing that, probably as much as national law, and if not, almost certainly as much as EEA. So, with the eye to the future, it will change, but just like if the EFTA court would change its own case, it will change its own case. I don't think it's any different than that.
Mark McGregor from the Northern Civil Service. I had a back to what you were saying on inspection visits there. Really you're touching on these threats, ultimate threats to human health and safety kind of areas you were talking about. Are those inspection visits on broader compliance as well? And also just parallel to that, is the Commission on parallel inspection visits, or are you just experts doing?
Okay, so there's lots of questions in that question. Yes, basically the way that we do compliance monitoring in the food safety area and the transport area is that the teams in the EFTA Authority work together with the national bodies, and they also work in parallel with the Commission. So what happens in practice, I can take an example from the transport side of things. is that if you are checking, okay, so there's usually a regulation which gives the Commission and the Surveillance Authority, once it's incorporated into the EEA agreement, powers to go and work with the national compliance authorities. In the defined scope of that regulation, the Commission will carry out checks within the EU member states, and the Surveillance Authority will carry out checks within the EEA EFTA states. Now, teams in the Commission quite often have a member of the EFTA Surveillance Authorities team with them. So say that there was a maritime inspection in Italy, we might go, or a member of our team might go along with the Commission, and then we'll be working with the Italian Maritime Safety Agency, Italian Maritime Security Authorities. And then for the EFTA side of things, we may have the Commission inspector who is with us. In terms of the team composition, we sit as observers on each other's teams, so we work quite closely, but the scope of the work is defined by the regulation that gives us the ability to act. I hope that answers your question.
All right, anything more? Or do you desperately need coffee, or would you like to continue with the program? Okay.
If anybody would like to come up and ask us questions over coffee, you're more than welcome to.
To get more coffee, let's try to have the topic extremely short. You can bring your coffee in here. We start again in 10 minutes. So, welcome back. Let's get back on track. I know there are some people heading toward the airport right after 4 o'clock, so let's try to keep the schedule. As mentioned very briefly this morning, the EEA states contribute in 2 ways financially to the EEA Corporation, and that is through the EU programs. You will learn about them in minutes, but first we have EEA and Norway grants. And here with us we have Arnemund Alvarsson, who is the Deputy Director of what we call the Financial Mechanism Office. That's the organization that is managing these grants. So please.
So, thank you very much. It's being Norwegian today that you are looking at the EEA and Norway now. This is the element that is part of the EEA agreement that is even in the EEA companies, not generally well known, and we are very happy to draw attention to basically what we are doing. So, if you look at Article 115 of the it reads as you can see on the screen. Basically, there is a common commitment by all the partners, the parties to the agreement to contribute to reducing social and economic disparities in the European economic area. And then Article 117 refers to a Protocol 38 that is then regularly renegotiated. Now we have enforced Protocol 38C, that is the third protocol, but the first one was A, and the second one B, and the current one is C, which basically provides for contribution from the EEA EFTA states to reduction of economic and social disparities. And I ask you to note also to strengthening the relations with the beneficiary states. So there are 2 equal goals of the contributions, that is to reduce social and economic disparities, yes, and also to strengthen bilateral relations. And this is the situation as we stand today. The beneficiary states are 50. They are the EU cohesion countries with gross national income below 90% of the EU average. So for the last financing mechanism from 2009 to 2014, Spain was among the beneficiary states. They have now graduated as they have risen above this level. And that is, of course, the aim with these financial transfers with the EU and with these contributions, that is to reduce social disparities in income to such an extent that the more and more countries get to the average. As you can see, we talk about 2 things. Norway, the EEA grants, Norway, Liechtenstein, Iceland grants of 1.5 billion euros in this current period. And then Norway separately has agreed an additional contribution. The Norway grants are in the amount of 1.3 billion euros. All in all, 2.8 billion euros for a period of eligibility of expenditure up until April 2024. Here you see the distribution for different countries. And as you can see here, Poland is with about 800 million. And the smallest one is Malta with 8 million euros. So the others are in between. The second biggest is Romania. So you see the contribution is distributed on the basis of income, and
and the size of the population. These are the priority sectors that we are focusing on, within which we have identified 23 program areas. These are the expected results we are looking at now in this current financing period. We're focusing on as you see here, we're focusing on innovation research, cultural civil society, environmental, energy, social inclusion, justice and home affairs are in these thematic areas. And these are just a few examples of the expected results we are hoping. The structure is such that we negotiate first with the Commission on the priority sectors and on the contribution to each and every country. The donors have their priorities, the beneficiary states have their priorities, and the Commission has their priorities. We settle these agreements first with the Commission, and then that takes unanimity among the member states. Here are a further example of the expected results. And then we negotiate with each and every country an MOU on the precise distribution and the programs to be included in each and every country. The programs in general are negotiated with institutions in the country. We negotiate with an environmental agency in a given country on the environmental program, climate change program. And we so the government institutions in the beneficiary state are responsible for that. The only exception is the programs that we run for civil society, where we negotiate directly with fund operators out that work for us and distribute the money to civil society, because we don't want civil society to be dependent upon governments in the respective countries. Then we have an innovation in this mechanism, which is a fund for youth employment with 26 project and implementation partners from all of the beneficiary states, plus countries with high youth unemployment, Ireland, Italy, Spain. Considerable involvement from Norwegian and Icelandic partners, focusing on people out of work needs, basically without the education and work from the age expected. We also have another thing, which is a fund for regional cooperation with enormously many applications submitted. We are now getting full proposals from 40 consortia from all over, with partners, as you can see, all over both the donor and beneficiary states, including also, and that's why it's called the Fund for Regional Cooperation, because it's also intended to help a regional cooperation between these countries on the territory and the neighboring countries. So through this vehicle, we also support projects that are cross-border into the Balkans, into Moldova, Ukraine, Belarus, we then also have a bilateral fund where we set a certain part of the money aside, which is aimed at strengthening the bilateral relations. So regardless of the priority sectors, this money is available to strengthen strategic bilateral initiatives between the donors and the beneficiary states. In traditional development programs and economic development programs, bilateral relations between the donor and the beneficiary are usually not an aim in itself, but within this framework and within the agreement, and as you saw in the wording of the Protocol 38C, this is specifically recognized as an objective of the cooperation, that is to strengthen bilateral ties, because through this also we have public institutions in the donor states supporting also program development in the beneficiary states. So we are transferring expertise, transferring best practices in how to operate public administrations, and also learning from the beneficiary states. So this is strengthening in many ways the institutional framework and the capacity in the beneficiary states to run the programs even after the money is tied up, but we have not so good anymore. What have we achieved in the past years? Just a few examples of issues where we can show results from the previous mechanism. There are from 2009 to 2014. These are just a few figures when it comes to green industry. This is a very interesting project in an Estonian company with technology to provide bus tickets in digital form. Received support that then resulted into further investment into Scandinavia, and this is now being used in both Sweden and Norway as a system that was basically developed through support from the grants. In the energy field, we have been supporting renewable energy and reduction in greenhouse emissions. We have and renewable energy is very much a focus in its widest form. And there again, we come to exchange of expertise between the donors and the beneficiary states, with the donors very experienced in both the hydroelectric and geothermal energy, and with potential capacity for that in many of the beneficiary states. When it comes to, again, research and scholarships, we have seen extremely many projects going through. With the research projects in general, the requirement is that there is donor partners in the research programs. So this is also supporting international research cooperation in Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein, when the research institutions in these countries need to partner up with beneficiary states in order for the beneficiary states to be able to apply for grants. In justice, we can point to training of professionals, of police, provision of legal assistance. We have had through the years extremely ambitious gender-based violence programs. And we are also now supporting and have been supporting judges, training of judges, especially supporting the training in human rights law with the cooperation of the Cooperation of the European Court of Human Rights. Again, in health, we have programs from the last mechanism with very impressive results. And we have also sought to stretch out to underprivileged areas, poorer areas, to Roma, where we have a lack of focus often, either from local governments or from other institutional support programs. And our big part, the contributions to civil society. I do not need to tell you about the shrinking space for civil society and public discourse in Europe in the recent years. Civil society has been under threat in many of the beneficiary states, and funding has been cut. And we are extremely proud that through the EEA and Norway, through the EEA grants, Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein are supporting and devoting 10% of the EEA grants to at least to support the civil society. And that is, as I told you earlier, directed directly to the civil society. From us, does not go through the hands of the government. So, and the fund operators, each use have to be independent from government interference and independent of government influence. And the aim is to support civil society, create conditions for pluralistic debate in a democratic society, and with the reduced funding and with the reduced access that civil society has to funding in the beneficiary states, the EEA grants are now becoming the biggest single source of funding for civil society in Central Eastern Europe. And that is an enormously big source of pride for us today and in today's environment. And this is an area where we continue to work And we are devoting this current mechanism over 200 million euros to this across the 26 states. The contribution, for example, in Poland alone is 57 million euros, when we distributed to services. So this is a brief overview. What you're asking, brief, and I'm just to be brief. So thank you. Thank you.
We can ask some questions because this was quite fast track. It's a very clear overview and difficult to achieve. There's one over there.
Hi, my name is Ellen Vaughan. I work for the Welsh Government's office here in Brussels, and cohesion policy is part of the portfolio I follow from the EU perspective. So it's really, really interesting. I think you covered an awful lot in your very brief presentation. Thank you very much. I was very interested at the beginning when you said that in terms of the priorities, you have a discussion with the Commission about that. Obviously, I've been following very closely the development of the cohesion policy at the EU level, and I'm interested to what extent there is alignment or not, or crossover between that policy development process and the process you go through with developing priorities for this set of programs.
Thank you. We discuss this very closely with the Commission. We try to complement, while these are considerable sums. This is only about 10% of what the cohesion funds have to spend. So we have sought to, the donors have sought to focus on soft measures, not on hard measures. The cohesion funds do more, bridges, infrastructure, all these hard stuff. We are more in the, so to say, the software. We are more in methods, progress, changing patterns, development, research. And of course also, which is not always generally appreciated across all the political spectrum in the United States, we also deal with issues that are not necessarily always popular politically, such as gender-based violence, LGBTI rights, the independence of the judiciary, etc., etc. So in that respect, we try to complement what the Commission is doing. We have very close cooperation with DG Regio. We are now establishing also cooperation with DG Reform that has recently been established as a DG. So our aim is to complement the Commission and don't duplicate, avoid double funding risks, etc., etc. But what is also important is that we specialize in things where we have something to contribute. And also that we can have donor program partners that support the development of the programs and have a meaningful input on how to operate the programs.
Hi, I'm today. I'm translated for the English Foreign Ministry. Just out of curiosity, you made a point saying that for the civil society funds, they should not go to the government bodies themselves. Now, there have been reports in the press in the past that Hungarian authorities have been trying to gain control of that. What's the situation today?
The donor states have been very clear that these funds need to be distributed independent of the government influence. So we have selected fund operators in all countries. We have then negotiated methodology on how to do this as the case of Poland, for example, where the Polish government got funding from SAFE. But in the end of the day, the donors selected the fund operator. The precise modalities with Hungary are not yet agreed, and that's why Hungary has not MOU in force today. So I think the donors are still seeking common ground with Hungary on that. But it's obviously clear position from all the stakeholders, reiterated and supported again in political debate in the European countries that this money will have to go to independent groups. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pat. That was very comprehensive. And take a look at the website. It's recently been upgraded and has very comprehensive overview of what we do. Okay. All right, so now we continue a completely different way how we contribute all our member states contribute financially. We also, our senior country officer, will go through that, and also the programs that are on the horizon, not the horizon itself, but are really on the horizon. The next MFF, so it's quite an interesting time we are looking at. So please. Well, thank you very much. Can you all see me? Okay, I've had this presentation a couple of times before here, but when I meet people when they come outside of EFTA audience, just by show of hands, who many here knew before that the EEA EFTA states participate in the programs? Well, so that's I'm doing the job I think this is better. But anyways, I will talk about in my presentation. I'll briefly start a little bit about talking about sort of the history and the touch upon the results from our participation in the EU programs. But then I'll get more into looking at sort of the legal basis for our participation in the EU programs and the modalities of the agreement when it comes to how we establish participation and also on the cost, how we establish the cost and payment to the EU for participating in these programs. But anyways, we have been in the EEA EFTA states have been participating in a wide range of EU programs and projects and networks for ever since the EEA agreement became in force. And through this, our citizens, institutions, and also companies get the opportunity to partake in the overall implementation of EU policy through cooperation in these programs, and also gain access to the full resources that are available in the implementation of this policy. And through our participation, we also, actually through the agreement, have seats in the program committees that decide on the implementation of these programs. Overall, I think when we talk about results, it's very difficult to maybe sum up and to quantify all the results. It will take a few hours just to go through all the projects and show examples of this and that. But as an example, for instance, the Iceland has been very effective at utilizing the opportunities provided by research framework programs and have been getting out. I think the official number is around maybe €2 for every euro that the EEA has put in to the Horizon program. I think in a further for Iceland, in a recent report that was issued by our foreign ministry, it said that 40,000 Icelanders have, in one way or another, been direct participants in some kind of European program. Might not seem like a lot if you're from Romania, for instance, but it is a lot considering that you're 350,000. Similarly, in Norway, I think around 100,000 Norwegian students have used the mobility grants on the Erasmus Plus program.
And so in general, there's been a lot of success, and also in terms of competition for grants and programs. Of course, the way the agreement works is that we are given access to the program and we need to pay for this access. And we compete on the same basis as other EU citizens for grants and contributions from the program. And when we're talking about results, it's perhaps very appropriate to mention, of course, we take part in many programs, but the particular mention we should be on the big three, or what we consider the big three. It's the Horizon, or the Framework Program for Research and Innovation, the latest one, and the current one being Horizon 2020, which is really constitutes the largest program in our portfolio. It takes up around maybe 80% of the funding that we put into European programs. Erasmus Plus is a highly visible program, of course, that people use a lot. And then there is the Creative Europe program, which also, these are sort of the three biggest ones. But I will come back to the programs and which ones we participated in a little bit later. Yes. So my director was a little bit worried that this presentation would be boring. So I decided, I started thinking, okay, I'm talking about results, I need to find some example, but then I thought, hey, I am one of the examples who benefited from participating in the European programs. So in 2000, Belfast, it's an Icelandic band, not an Irish band. And we were invited through the European Talent Exchange Program to play at the Eurosonic Festival in the Netherlands, and which is co-founded by the Creative Europe. And that went really well. So we were among two bands. One was the XX, and then us in Belfast, that got the most booking as a result of this. It's a big showcase festival, so sort of talent scouts come there and they sort of book the bands for different festivals. And as you can see, the crowds sort of grew and grew. And we benefited a lot from this. I think it was the starting point of our success. And then it culminated in me being in the front of The Guardian, where we played on the Sydney Festival. So it brought us around all the way around the world. We brought, so here they got, it said it includes the dancer, it was a former diplomat. They get it really right. Anyways, I'm sorry for this shameless self-promotion. I wanted to run also a few videos that were produced for the EEA EFTA 20 years.
Við höfum á undanförnum árum unnið að því að þróa aðferð sem að fangar kolefni og bindur varanlega í grjót, þannig sportum gegn loftslagsvandanum. Aðild Íslands á Evrópska efnahagssvæðinu hefur gert okkur kleift að sækja styrki í sameiginlega sjóði, rannsóknarsjóði Evrópusambandsins. Heilt yfir þá hefur fyrirtæki verið að þátttakandi í verkefnum upp á 65 milljónir evra og þá munum við vinna og ef ekki það er fyrir EES-samstarfið þá lítur þessara verkefni ekki við. Og núna á síðasta ári þá fengum við nýja styrki sem meðal annars hefur gert okkur kleift að fara í innbrot með þetta verkefni og prófa að beita þeim aðferðum sem við höfum prófað meðal annars í Þýskalandi og Íslandi.
Hoi, ich bin Ronin, komme aus Dresden und studiere als Verrückter in elektrischer Betriebswirtschaft. Und dank der Teilnahme von elektrischer Armeelehre habe ich am Austauschprogramm Erasmus Plus lernen und ein Auslandssemester zu Paris machen. Und das Semester hat mir ziemlich gefallen. Ich konnte ganz viele neue Leute kennenlernen und mein Netzwerk erweitern, Sprache Französisch und auch Englisch können verbessern. Und die generell ein bisschen mehr von Europa können erleben. Das Paris als riesige Stadt hat mir natürlich mega gefallen. Und ich würde es wirklich jedem empfehlen, zum nochmal gehen. Also ich würde nochmal gehen und ich kann so jedem empfehlen, zum das auch machen.
Jeg heter Marianne Sydland, jeg ser forskning i næringslivet og jobber med antibiotikaresistens. Antibiotikaresistens en av de største helsetruslene vi står overfor i dag. Målet av vår forskning å hindre en videre utvikling av resistente bakterier, slik at vi kan bevare effekten av antibiotika både til dyr og mennesker. For å få til dette det viktig at vi jobber sammen, også på et internasjonalt plan. Derfor EUs rammeprogram viktig. Vi med på flere store internasjonale prosjekter som støttes av EU, hvor man jobber med europeisk forskning.
Okay. Yeah, so these are just a few examples. It was nice to show you this, to reuse these videos a little bit. But I think they will offer a little more window into the opportunities that we get to take part in by participating in the programs. I hope you still take this seriously. Anyways, a lot of what we have been talking about here today, or most of it, is actually what we call the whole creativity of legislation. It's sort of this part. But some say that there are really two kinds of EEA cooperation, and then that is the part that deals with core freedoms in the internal market, complementary legislation, and then you have this other cooperation on horizontal and flanking issues, which mainly takes the form of participation in the EU programs. And what is interesting about the EEA agreement is that it really sets out an obligation on the two parties to seek to strengthen and broaden the cooperation on matters falling outside the core freedoms. This is word by word from Article 78 of the EEA. And for the EEA-EFTA states, the participation in the EEA program, the EU programs, is a key instrument for furthering objectives of the agreement and objectives of the internal market. And it also makes it possible to wider cooperation in a range of areas. But the process on our side, when we're looking at programs, and of course there's this obligation to seek cooperation, it doesn't mean that we take part in all programs. We look at the programs that are relevant for furthering the objectives of the internal market, and in a sort of broad sense align with policy objectives that we have as well. Participation in the programs takes the form of association, so the regulations establishing the programs are actually included in the EEA agreement. And the EEA agreement also provides for modalities for payments for participation in these programs. And further than that, the EEA agreement actually establishes that when we participate in a program, we should have full and equal access to all parts of the program on par with the citizens, at project level and at program level. So that is what I was talking about, that we have access to and are invited to participate in program committees, which establish work programs for the annual work programs for programs. We do not have votes in these committees, but we are observers. And of course, with all these rights, there comes some obligations, and that is what that is the financial contribution list. And just go a few multi-annual frameworks back, a couple. We can see that, yes, I mentioned Horizon, the Erasmus programs, and the Creative Europe program, Culture and Media.
From 2007 to 2013, we have participated in 16 programs in a wide range of areas, and the estimated commitments that the EEA states made towards these programs were around 1.7 billion euros. In the current period, 2014 to 2020, we actually deepened our cooperation with the EU in programs, and of course, and I will show these trends on the EU side as well, is that these particular programs that we are more interested to take part in, the ones that relate to the functioning of the internal market, are actually getting bigger. And on our side, of course, we are the receiver of policy, also here, and also of the budget, so to speak. So in this programming period, the cost for this went up quite significantly, but our participation also deepened at the same time. Now we are, of course, at in a time where, as somebody mentioned before, that the EU side, the Council mostly, is discussing and trying to reach an agreement on the next multi-annual financial framework. And since the Commission proposed its next multi-annual financial framework in May 2018, we have been looking very closely at the budget and the multi-annual financial framework on the whole, but also the specific individual programs. We have been assessing them and identifying which ones are the ones that we would like to take part in going forward. I just put up this phrase here, or actually Article 12 from the European Commission's proposal on establishing the Horizon Europe, which is the next program, the Research and Innovation Program. As you can see, the EEA states here are placed in a separate category. So of course, there are several in these proposals. Of course, they're not adopted yet. There are several provisions for how third countries can participate in programs. We are the programs are open for us. On what is key here is that it is open for us in accordance with conditions laid down in the EEA agreement. And as we saw before, this gives us the rights to participate, influence, and so on. So what we are looking at, and the programs that we are mostly been assessing, this is possibly not a sort of full list of programs that we have been looking at, but these are among the programs that the EEA states are looking at taking part in the next year. Of course, similarly to before, there is interest in Horizon Europe, in Bilateral Europe and Masters, but there are notably many new programs that are run. To mention Digital Europe program, European Space program, but what these programs have in common, of course, is that they are in what the Commission referred to as heading 1 and 2. And perhaps that's a good moment to just slide over to the MFF and just install this picture from the Commission and tell them. But what the proposal, and I just want to show you this and just talk a little bit how the proposal for the next multi-annual financial framework, how we view it, and what kind of implications it might have for the EEA EFTA states in the context of participation in the programs. What's on the table already from the Commission's, from the time of the Commission proposal, of course this is being debated now in Council, is that these two parts here, the dark and the light green, one is the common agricultural policy and the cohesion policy. They've been suggested slight decreases in both areas. Of course, at the same time, the proposal is to increase the single market innovation and digital programs. So from our perspective, it is the portfolio that is relevant for the EEA states to take part in is getting bigger. So we're looking at perhaps an even bigger fee for that. But this has also been the trend. If you look all the way back to when the EEA agreement was established, so economic and social and territorial cohesion in the and the common agriculture policy as the size of these two parts in the European budget have sort of given way for a larger share of the programs. And the EEA EFTA states are usually participants in these other programs. So it is increasing 1%. And so what financial implications does this have? Well, this is not as complicated as it looks. And this is sort of a formula that is basically established in the agreement itself. It says that the proportion that EEA EFTA states should pay of each budget line that they participate in is the GDP of all three EFTA states divided by the GDP of the EU or divided by the GDP of the EEA. This has then resulted in 1.7 billion commitment in the 2017-13 period and 3.2 in the 2014 to 20, it should say 2020, sorry, period. Traditionally, or historically, sorry, this has sort of, if we look at from 2007 to 2020, this is sort of the proportion that we pay to each budget. Because this is a part of our sort of problem when we're talking about payments into the European budget, is that it's also depending on both our GDP in relation to the EU's GDP, but also on our GDP measured in euros. So currency fluctuations actually play a part in the annual bill. But the proportion goes a little bit up and down. So you see for this period here, we started paying 3% of each EU budget line, but it has been going down to 2.45%. That is, I think, mostly explained by the Norwegian kroner's depreciation against the euro. But for the future, if we, in our assessment for the participation in the next period, we of course, this is what I was talking about. There is the way it looks, at least from the Commission's proposal, there will be a decrease in the cap and the cohesion policy, and a relative increase in commitments towards internal market initiatives and program areas where we actually have an interest in participate. So this means, on everything else being equal, this will cause an increase in our EU program budget for the next period. Sorry. So that's it. And also, I'm sorry, that remains mentioned Brexit, but what happens, of course, is that there is a Brexit effect on our contributions to the budget because it's proportional. And then we are actually looking at a situation where we would our proportionality factor, what it's called, is of course higher when compared to EU 27, the UK is compared to the EU 28. But now moving forward to the future, I think we have a deadline coming up very shortly where the EFTA states will, as a result of their assessment, put forward formally to the Commission of sort of a non-binding notification of which programs they would like to take part in the next period. The European Commission will take that into consideration when they are drafting the budget for the
for 2021, so based on the new first framework. It has to be mentioned that our contribution to programs is of course not insignificant, so the Commission really does integrate that into its budget. Then we are of course both the Commission and us are in the same position, in the same boat. We are waiting for sort of agreement on the MFF, and I think we're quite some strong positions there when we the states both on the size of the budget and what to spend. So we are ready to receive the conclusions of this and then the implementation, next implementation period. It's too soon to say now, but with some form of comparison. But I think I will stop there. If there are any questions, one or two. Or on anyways, I will be around here. So thank you. Yeah, well, yeah, but in the program proposals that establish these programs, there is a clause, or there is an article about the possibilities of third countries or non-EU member states participating in programs. Of course, the EEA states, although I mean, they are not EU member states. But there are certain, so the EEA states, they are invited to take part in the programs based on the EEA agreement. The EEA agreement establishes both the rights and obligations and modalities to these rights and obligations when it comes to participation in the programs. For other countries, the commitment is third countries. We could mention Switzerland, potentially the UK, coming in as participants in programs in the next year. There are different rules set out in these proposals for how these countries can participate.
So we are getting close to the end of the program today. And yet another topic very high on the agenda today are the EU agencies and how our member states roll out with EU agencies. So again, thank you for bringing and Beacon is here and together with the international reports. Please.
Thank you and good afternoon. We will open this morning. Disappoint you, but I promise to be brief this time. And I will not show any photos of the demonstrations. What we will divide this topic a little bit. What I will do is I will basically give you a brief course on what the tutor system is. And then you will follow me and we'll see talk about the agencies and the challenges, but also the opportunities that exist within the EEA context. So, see. This is the basically the two-pillar system of the EEA. I'm not gonna go into this how this is structured, but this is the kind of good visualization of how it works. But basically, the tubular system like this is that we have the same rules, but we have two separate systems of surveillance and judicial control in the EEA. As we discussed earlier today, the EEA based on the opportunity, we're part of the same market, we have the same rules. But we have two separate systems of making sure that the countries that are part of this common internal market are following up on their obligations. So you already had a presentation from the Surveillance Authority and the EFTA Court, so you should be familiar with that. Now, my presentation this morning was about how the EU legislation becomes part of the agreement. And we may have cases where EU legislation confers certain tasks upon EU institutions. In that case, what we need to take account of is how we can allocate that task within the EFTA. So usually it is the Service Authority or the EFTA Standing Committee. The EFTA Standing Committee is a committee that is represented by the ambassadors of the EFTA states, the process. But then we have structure under the Standing Committee, or it can be national authorities in the EFTA. So when we have legislation that refers on the task on EU institution, basically because we have the tutor system, we should try to find the appropriate entity within the EFTA that should take care of that task. Now, why is the EEA based on this two-pillar system? Basically, when this was designed, it was meant to achieve the following three objectives. First of all, ensuring ownership. Again, we go back to this always. We're always talking about we could have had common institutions that throughout the EEA, but from the EU side, when the EEA agreement was negotiated, and this is a negotiation they have continued, they put a lot of focus on maintaining the autonomy of their own institutions. So they were not willing to establish any common EEA institutions. From the EFTA states, they were not willing for constitutional reasons to then grant these tasks to the EU institutions. So the conclusion was that you have to have a two-pillar system. Briefly, the legal framework of it, I'm not going to go into the details on that, but it's interesting to note that there is no mention of the two-pillar system itself in the EEA agreement, but it presupposes the two-pillar system. The institutional part of the EEA agreement is contained in Part 7 of the agreement. In Chapter 1, you have provisions on the joint institutions of the EEA, including the joint committee, which I talked a little bit about, or by the bit about actually this morning. Then we have Chapter 3, we have the obligation that the EFTA states have established an independent surveillance authority and a court of justice. Now, these two institutions are then established in the surveillance and court agreement. This is an agreement between the three EFTA states. And the supervision and control of the internal markets by the EU EFTA state are done separately in the two pillars. But the EEA agreement has provision to address potential conflicts. If the application of the two-pillar system leads to conflicting decisions within the two-pillar system, the agreement has provision how these should be settled. And now, how does it work in a daily practice? Basically, when a EU legal act confers certain tasks on a EU institution, we need to determine how these taxes should be allocated in the EFTA building. And this requires adaptation to the act. And I already explained you this morning what we mean by adaptation, so I'm not going to go through that. But we may already have provisions in the agreement that cater for these adaptations. I mentioned Protocol 1 this morning. Many of the tasks that we may talk about in this context are already covered by Protocol 1. In some cases, the relevant annex will have a sectoral adaptation that will basically allocate that tax. Example of that is in the competition annex of the agreement. But in some cases, these existing legal instruments don't really provide the answers. And if that is the case, in some cases we may say that we have a two-pillar issue. And that basically is an EU legal act that provides certain tasks to an EU agency, where the current framework of the agreement does not really provide a tailor-made answer how to address these tasks. I have mentioned here the categories of the most common categories of issues that raise the so-called two-pillar challenges. First on the list is the regulatory agencies and bodies, and this is what we will then explain more in detail. Well, I will leave it at that, but if you have any questions, you can address them in the end. So,
I will start with giving you a short overview of EU agencies. As you can see here, we talk about EU agencyfication. That is that it's something that we use to describe how a number of EU agencies have been established in the past 2 decades in order to support the EU institutions, the member states, and also their citizens. This setup helps the Commission to focus on its core tasks by developing specific advisory, regulatory, and supervisory tasks to outside bodies. The agencies also support the decision-making process by pooling technical or specialist knowledge. It's very important to note that when the EEA states participate in an EU agency, they of course also get the same access to all the knowledge and expertise in the agency as the EU member states and their citizens. There are basically 2 main types of agencies, decentralized and executive agencies. They both have certain formal characteristics. I will focus mainly today on so-called decentralized agencies. They implement a specific EU policy. They are, I would say, characterized by their autonomy, both financially and administratively. And also important to note that they are all seated in one of the EU member states, which in practice means that they are basically located all over the EU. On the other hand, the tasks of executive agencies are exclusively related to the management of EU programs, as Egil talked about earlier. Within the framework of the EEA agreement, the EEA states participate currently in 17 decentralized agencies and 5 executive agencies. And I just wanted to give you a few examples of EU decentralized agencies that the EEA states participate in, just to show kind of how different they are. So first we have the European Medicines Agency. It's located in Amsterdam. Its main responsibility is the protection of public and animal health. It is responsible for a centralized authorization procedure for human and veterinary medicines throughout the EEA. Next, you have European Food Safety Authority. It's located in Parma, in Italy. It provides scientific advice and support for EU legislation and policies, basically concerning food and feed safety. You have EASA, the European Aviation Safety Agency, which is located in Cologne, Germany. Its objective is to establish a high uniform level of aviation safety in Europe. And as an example of its tasks is, for example, it authorizes foreign operators, it implements and monitors safety rules throughout the EEA, and also gives type certification of aircrafts and also parts of aircrafts. The last example I wanted to mention to you is EFTA, the European Chemicals Agency. It's located in Helsinki, in Finland. It assists the Commission in managing REACH, which provides the legal framework for the management of dangerous substances throughout the EEA. It also provides scientific and technical advice on chemicals. So one of the big challenges with tackling the EU development of agency division is that it's not a clearly laid out process of creating structurally adaptive entities, rather a trend of the Commission of responding to specific policy needs on an ad hoc basis. So there, I'm not going to go through each step, but it actually shows the different efforts that the EU side has tried to go through in order to try to define a framework around agencies. Basically resulting in 2012 in the adoption of the so-called common approach. It's very important to note that this is a non-binding instrument, and it lays out the principles regarding the characteristics and functions of the agencies. But what this kind of fact that there's no clear EU model for decentralized agencies means in a legal context is, of course, then you also can't have a standard EEA model for incorporating the functions and tasks of an EEA agency into the agreement. Just to show you this evolution in a context of the EEA agreement, it's actually quite interesting to note that at the time of the signing of the EEA agreement, there was only a handful of agencies in 1992. And then you can see the development within the EU where they're trying to formalize the procedure, ending up in 2012 with the common approach. And by that time, as you can see, the number of EU agencies have already climbed up to over 30 agencies, which had all been set up without any agreed European framework for agencies ourselves. So the number of agencies established in the EU has increased significantly since the signing of the agreement. And the agreement, and also of course the two-pillar system, will therefore not foresee EU agencies. Also, Protocol 1 on horizontal applications does not apply to agencies, meaning that issues regarding agencies always, in each and every case, need to be resolved through specific applications. These rather changes for the past 25 years have put a strain on the two-pillar system, and we have to find solutions on a case-by-case basis. And it's of course always very important that these solutions, of course, both preserve the benefit of this setup of a centralized agency, but also very important that they respect our two-pillar structure and the sovereignty of the states and their institutions. So when the EFTA states incorporate an act establishing an EU agency, there are certain issues that we need to consider in order to ensure conformity with the EU system. And I want to highlight three very important issues today. So firstly, the increased decision-making powers of agencies and how such powers may be aligned with the EU system. Secondly, the representation of the EFTA states and the surveillance authorities in managing boards of agencies. And lastly, the employability of EFTA nationals in EU agencies. So first, on the decision-making powers of agencies, first it's the question of the competence. Who has the competence to take the binding decisions? And in recent years, actually, agencies have gradually been given more and more powers to adopt legally binding decisions. These decision-making powers normally need to be mirrored in the EFTA pillar in order to conform with our two-pillar system. And if they have the power to impose binding decisions upon undertakings and or natural persons, then I want to highlight that it is especially important that these powers are vested with a body in the EFTA. Secondly, its decision must be taken on cooperation mechanism. We need to decide on the setup of the process. It happens when you take the binding decision. And there, actually, I mentioned a very good example is this so-called based on a draft solution that I will also talk a bit about later on, where we have given the EFTA surveillance authority the authority to adopt a decision in the EFTA pillar upon the basis of a draft from the relevant agency. Later on. Finally, of course, also very important to set out the judicial review of decisions. For example, in the based on a draft solution, we have the surveillance authority adopts a decision, and then, of course, it needs to be the EFTA court in the EFTA pillar that can review those decisions. And just to demonstrate how the agency setup really doesn't strictly fit into the two-pillar system. So here first we have the EU Commission on the left and the European pillar, and there's the EFTA surveillance authority on the right in the EEA pillar. Then you have the member states, the supervisory authorities in the member states. And below that you have the persons or undertakings in the member states. And the EU Commission has the competence in certain areas to take actions that affect natural persons or undertakings in the EU member states. And to respect the two-pillar setup, this competence normally needs to be made in the EFTA by the EFTA surveillance authority. This is done in specific, well-defined cases, and the setup needs to be ensured via adaptation to a joint committee decision incorporating an act into the EEA. So then it's a question, then you have, for example, this setup here doesn't come strictly fit into the picture. And it also the agencies can have a role basically that can affect all these different levels in the system. So this kind of demonstrates how we always need to take each case and try to find a solution on a case-by-case basis. There are three primary ways which the EFTA states have identified to address the decision-making powers of EU agencies in the EEA agreement. Firstly, there is the possibility that an EU agency might be mirrored in the EFTA pillar as an EFTA agency with the same tasks and competences as regards the EFTA states. The EFTA states have proposed such an EFTA agency setup on a few occasions, but so far this has actually never been agreed on by the EU. Secondly, there's the possibility of having the decision-making powers of an EU agency vested in the national regulatory structures of the EEA states, who will then take decisions applicable to the states or market participants, where an EU agency would normally take those decisions for their member states. These decisions may potentially be based on drafts, or they may also replicate prior decisions taken by the EU. As an example of that, you have the European Medicines Agency, where it is actually set out in an application incorporating back into the agreement that the EFTA states they have to take decisions on approval of medicinal products within 30 days of the same Commission decision. So they effectively replicate the decision already taken by the EU. And finally, there is the so-called based on a draft solution that I mentioned, and that's the possibility to vest the decision-making powers of the agency in ESA, the Surveillance Authority, which will then adopt binding decisions based on a draft that has been prepared by the EU agency. And this, of course, then will be subject to judicial review by the EFTA. This solution was used to accommodate the three financial supervisory authorities in the EEA, and has also since been used for ACER in the 2020. So the second important issue I wanted to mention is participation in management boards. The proper representation of the EFTA states in the management boards of agencies and the participate is very important. Although the EFTA states of course can get voting rights, proper representation gives them an opportunity to influence both the decision shaping and also the decision making of the agency. But it also allows the EFTA states to properly monitor what is happening, properly monitor the developments within the agency. Also important to note that the representation of the EFTA states cannot be derived from the provisions of the agreement, but instead it must be negotiated every time a new agency is incorporated into the agreement. Lastly, and very importantly, I wanted to mention that, of course, the representation of the EFTA surveillance authority is also just as important as participation rights for the EU member states, because it basically allows them get opportunities to basically obtain information at an early stage in agencies where they have similar competences, and also to establish a good working relationship with that agency. Just to sum it up a bit, like I mentioned before, the EEA states participate in 17 decentralized agencies currently. We have ensured full participation without the right to vote in 15 agencies. In one agency, we actually only have a so-called observer status. And in one agency, actually, there is no participation right, but that's EFSA, the European Food Safety Authority. But there is actually a reason for this, and that is that there is actually this partial representation of EU member states. So it was agreed by the EFTA states that this would be acceptable in that situation. And the third and last issue I wanted to mention is something that not everybody knows about, the employment of EFTA nationals in EU agencies. This is, of course, one of the very important opportunities that participation in EU agencies can provide. And that is, this possibility for EFTA nationals to be employed by EU agencies that the EFTA states participate in. And this is done so that normally in a joint committee decision incorporating founding acts for EU agencies into the agreement, those decisions then will typically include an application, such as this one, securing these rights of the EEA nationals. And when you have this kind of adaptation, this has the effect that the EEA states must apply the protocol privileges and immunities of the European communities as regards to taxation of the income of the officials. This is, of course, a very important right for the EFTA nationals, and I actually know that there have been some issues with how this has been implemented, and I know that the EFTA surveillance group has currently been looking into cases both in Norway and Iceland. Lastly, I just want to show you some development of interest for the EFTA states. As I told you already before, EU agencies pose a constant challenge to the agreement. The number is constantly increasing, and their functions and powers are also constantly increasing. So far, we have dealt with issues on a case-by-case basis. There have been some, of course, very challenging cases, such as the under-supervisory authorities. But I think it's very important to note that we have always found a solution. So, but as a kind of example of what we are dealing with right now, firstly I want to mention the EU SS review. Thankfully, the European Financial Supervisory Authorities will not be given more extensive powers, but still there are many technical details that are currently being looked into. There's also a revision of EASA, the Aviation Safety Agency, ongoing. They have actually been given some more expansive powers, which are currently being looked into. Actually, it's ensured that EASA may act as a competent authority instead of a member state in certain specific situations, and this poses some new issues that we haven't seen before. Other issues that we are currently facing, sometimes as regards participation in management boards, like in these two instances, the European Agency for Safety and Health at Work and European Labour Authority. There is actually specifically stated in the acts themselves that basically effectively the EFTA states are getting observer status. This, of course, we will probably not accept because our line is to always ask for participation in management board without the right to vote. So this is being looked into by the experts. Also want to mention, I mentioned before the European Food Safety Authority and how we are not participating currently in the management board. But now actually there's a revision of the Funding Act, basically giving all EU member states a place on the management board, meaning that we will probably also want to ask for participation there. And finally, I want to mention, as of course stated everything about before, there are of course possible upcoming amendments to the agency's funding when the internal financial framework will be adopted. So there we might also need to adjustments. Questions?
Yeah. No questions? Wrap-up questions or legal questions or questions on agencies? Anything? Actually, I have don't stop the video. Oh, but then you stop it because you didn't see the map here. But the map here, there's another roll-up like that, actually out there behind your coats. And that's the old one. This one has been changed a little bit. So the color of one country has been changed. But as mentioned, the EASA presentation is a big word because there's an asterisk there because at least to the court and to the surveillance authority, they still apply. So it's this period of uncertainty, or maybe it is maybe would you like to comment this? What's happening during the next 11 months?
Yes, so it's a slightly complicated question. I only think I need half an hour for spending. So, but I mean, I think that the wines that will be there are quite possible. Nobody can escape on it. Anyway, I can give a very try to give a very brief reference. So the transition period is basically defined in the EU Control Agreement. So that's an agreement negotiated between the UK and the EU. The Control Agreement has a provision saying that the UK will have to respect all of its international agreements during this transition period. And this includes the EEA. So basically, the UK has to respect all the provisions of the EEA agreement during transition. Of course, this is an agreement between the UK and the EU. It doesn't bind the EFTA states. But what the withdrawal agreement foresaw was that the EU would then send sort of note for bow or diplomatic note to all its international partners, including the three EFTA states, requesting during transition the UK should be treated as it was still a member of the European Union. And this note was sent the week before the UK left for the European Union, and was replied by all of the states where they confirmed that they would do so. And I think that all the EFTAs have taken national measures for implementing this. So essentially, the UK is no longer a controlling party to the EU in a very strict formal sense, but is very much a part of the EFTA position for all effective purposes.
Very good, thank you. And for your information, you find on the website frequently asked questions. You go on the about and frequently asked questions about EFTA, the EEA, EFTA membership, and Brexit, where this has been updated this month. So I would like to thank all the speakers for their contributions. Betsy, where are you? She was organizing this working with me, and so and thank you to all the trainees who were having the Twitter account and the questions. But mostly thanks to you for participating. I just wanted to point out that we have some flyers and publications out there, including this one, the SEMA, which is a Q&A brochure on the EEA. So help yourself, but they are of course all on the website if you don't like paper. So thanks, and let's go and enjoy some drinks.